Chapter 22:11. Half a month later, things slowly calmed down. No one in the East Continent dared to make a move. Then, the people of the East Continent heard that Chu Yang was leaving the East Continent for the Middle Continent again. This time, the people couldn't help but pay close attention. Would there be another dog-slaughtering alliance? Would Chu Yang be ambushed again? Chu Yang wasn't sure about this. After all, he had already fished once. Would he still be able to succeed if he fished again? Who knew? It wasn't impossible for him to do it again. At least, that was what Chu Yang thought. He still hadn't found Qianzi. Chu Yang put in a lot of effort to search for Qianzi. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. However, this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult to find Qianzi. He couldn't even find Gong Sunlong. Chu Yang left again. This time, he was more prepared. He gathered all the people he cared about in the Eastern Purple Qi courtyard. Even with the protection of the Emperor artifact, Demonic Clock, he was still worried. Once bitten, twice shy. To be honest, up until now, Chu Yang had never been able to erase the guilt in his heart towards the deserted village, towards Uncle Hu and sixth granduncle. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if his big brother and the others were killed. However, he had no choice. He wanted to stay in the East Continent for a year or so. However, his big brother and the others didn't agree. Cui Xinho and the others in the Eastern Wilderness didn't agree either. This wasn't the most important reason. If he didn't want to leave, who could stop him? The most important reason was that he couldn't protect the Eastern Wilderness forever. The people of the Eastern Wilderness had to rely on themselves, even if the price was heavy. I hope I made the right choice. I can't treat the Eastern Wilderness like a child just because of the barren village. I can't always take care of it and let it never grow up. Staying behind seemed very responsible, but in fact, it was a kind of irresponsible behavior. Everyone had to rely on themselves. The Eastern Wilderness was the same. Only then could the people of the Eastern Wilderness grow. Chu Yang left behind enough power and influence in the East Continent. Sima Jian, Jing Wuming, 6 Courtyard, 1,000 Devil Sect. He calculated one by one and felt that this should be enough. In the past, the 6 great academies of the Eastern Continent were already able to control it. Now, with the addition of the 10,000 Demon Sect and the Demonic Bell, if nothing unexpected happened, the Eastern Continent would not be able to cause too much trouble. That's it. Chu Yang finally figured out and shook off these distracting thoughts. Then he said, I hope we can still catch fish this time. Just like the first time, he walked slowly. It took him nearly 7 days to reach the place where the Ice Kuan and the Central Continent Saint fought, but no fish took the bait. Looks like I can't get rid of Qianzi. This was a huge hidden danger. Chu Yang flew over the abyss with worry in his heart and rushed towards the Central Plains. Then he saw the world barrier. The Central Plains could be said to be another world. When he completely left the Eastern Continent through a special passage and entered the Central Plains, he started a new journey and waited for a new chapter. However, he didn't know that a pair of eyes in the dark had been staring at him all this time. That dog will never expect that we won't do it in the Eastern Continent, but in the Central Plains. Qianzi was very confident about this. Then he said fiercely, this is the only way to catch it off guard. With 20 saints, I don't believe we can't kill that dog. 20 saints. Central Plains. Success or failure depended on this one move. Chapter 22:12. As soon as Chu Yang's figure disappeared from the world barrier, Qianzi and Viper immediately sealed off the area, cutting off the East Continent's path to Zhongzhou. The price they had to pay for acting so rudely should not be small. However, they did not know why they had to do this. A space-time tunnel was opened between the East Continent and Zhongzhou. Through this space-time tunnel, one could easily enter Zhongzhou. The moment Chu Yang entered this space-time tunnel, he felt as if he was sitting on a rocket, flying rapidly into outer space. Instantly, he felt an extreme feeling of being overweight. The feeling of being overweight lasted for a while. Then, he felt as if he was sitting on a plane. When the plane took off into the sky, the angle of elevation and acceleration suddenly weakened. There was a feeling of weightlessness as if he was thrown out. During this process, he did not have the feeling of the stars moving, nor did he have the feeling of shuttling. When he was transported out of the space-time tunnel, the moment he entered a brand new world, he really rushed into outer space. It was as if he was in a state of complete vacuum. It was as if under the extremely low pressure, the pressure in his body became boundless. His blood was about to burn, explode, and completely suffocate. What the hell? Zhongzhou is outer space. Are all the people in Zhongzhou creatures from outer space? Chuyang was caught off guard by this sudden change. He was thoroughly shocked. In the blink of an eye, he was once again in an extreme state of being overweight. He fell rapidly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chuyang fell to the ground. His bones were broken, and his tendons were broken. His whole body was in intense pain. In the past, he said that the ground was like tofu. Not only did it not have a big hole, it was even unscathed. The ground of Zhongzhou seemed to be made of divine iron. When he fell on it, he almost lost half of his life. He saw stars. His head hit the ground like an egg smashing on a steel plate. In a daze, his brain juice splattered out like egg white and egg yolk. The difference between the East Continent and Zhongzhou is so big. I'm going to be killed the moment I enter Zhongzhou. Chuyang's heart shook. He had already been to many places. He had been to the various divine worlds, and he had even been to those strange worlds. However, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The only good news was that he finally sensed the air, but the air was abnormally heavy. It did not seem to be a gas, but a kind of liquid, a kind of solid. It was like pieces of steel plates pressing in from all directions. It was even more terrifying than being at the bottom of the sea. The space-time in the central province shouldn't be so abnormal. Should I have fallen into the enemy's trap? This was a huge possibility, so he ignored the injuries all over his body and struggled to stand up, but it was extremely difficult. Kaka! His bones creaked as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He trembled as he stood up bit by bit. In the end, he wanted to completely straighten his body, but he couldn't. What kind of trap is this? Why is it so terrifying? A trap for the earthly sovereign, or even the great emperor. They think too highly of me. But that's not right. There doesn't seem to be any fluctuations in the surroundings. Chuyang was really confused. He could only ask the Ice Kuan for help. Kuan, what's the situation now? The East Continent is a pond, and Zhongzhou is a land. Master is now like a fish that has just come from the water to the land. Naturally, there will be a process of adaptation. The Ice Kuan's description was really accurate. Wasn't Chuyang like this just now? At first, he felt like he was in a vacuum and couldn't breathe. When he sensed the air, it was as if he didn't breathe through gills, but through lungs like a creature on the land. Chapter 22:13. Kuan, are you sure there's no danger around? However, Chuyang still had some doubts. This was because he had even been to the strange world where the four symbols were treated as poisonous snakes and soaked in medicinal wine. That strange world was of a high enough level, but such a situation did not occur. There's definitely no danger. Bing Kuan explained, the central region of the heavenly soul world should be the same as the group God realm. Group God realm. According to this, Chuyang had only taken a stroll around the periphery of the world of gods when he went to the world of gods. But even if this made sense, what about that strange world? Kuan, is that strange world lower than the central region and the group God realm? How is this possible? Bing Kuan was also puzzled. He didn't enter that strange world with Chuyang. Instead, he was in charge of the escape route from the outside. Although he wasn't clear about the specifics of that strange world, how could that strange world be inferior to the continent of the gods or the group world of the gods? Not to mention the four symbols that were soaked in medicinal wine. Even his ancestor could only be soaked in medicinal wine. Master, this old servant is not clear about this. However, it is normal for the central region to have such a stable space-time. This is normal. Chuyang's eyes widened and he cursed. Then, isn't the East region much worse than the Central region? Master, is this the case? Bing Kuan asked. The Central region is the center of the heavenly soul world. But it shouldn't be that bad. I was almost killed when I just entered. It was not just a difference, it was a difference between heaven and earth. Master, this is only the beginning. You will know when you feel it. Chu Yang cursed. His mood was extremely bad. As a result, the difference between him and his love rivals in the central region was too big. What the Ice Kohen said, he quickly realized. Originally, he was about to break through to the Nirvana realm in the East region. However, under the pressure of the laws of the central region, his realm dropped. Transcendence realm, spirit realm, soul wheel realm. Only when his cultivation level dropped to the first level of the Chi Soul stage did the momentum slow down and finally stop. It wasn't just his cultivation level that was affected. His physical body, his soul, and everything else were being ruthlessly suppressed and pushed back madly. In a strange world, Chu Yang's physical body had become a god, and he was directly beaten back to his original form. The rules that intertwined in his physical body were all suppressed and shrunk back, directly shrinking into a cocoon of light. His spiritual strength also plummeted, instantly dropping from his spiritual strength of sage to the strength of a level 5 array master. Pung. His 100 heavenly abodes were also affected. The eternal divine sun, which represented his godly flame, became blurry bit by bit before completely disappearing. Within his 10 heavenly abodes, the 800 miles of flames were completely extinguished. His divine flame was completely extinguished. The regression was too intense, far beyond what he had imagined. Chu Yang's pupils quivered. He finally realized the gap between him and the Central Plains and finally knew why Shangwan Land's uncle looked down on him. No matter how outstanding he was in the East Continent, it didn't mean anything. He was nothing in the Central Continent. How could this be? He couldn't accept the huge difference in strength. Master, this is normal. It must be the case for ordinary people. But for Master, this is just the beginning. Chu Yang didn't understand Bing Kuen's words. However, he was certain that once the people of the East Continent entered the Central region, their realms would be greatly suppressed. Chapter 22:14. It was definitely not easy for Bing Kuen to kill the 18 sages from the Central region. This also showed Bing Kuen's strength. As for the abyss in the East region, it was nothing. It was already good enough that the East region did not collapse. He could not imagine the strength of Xia Jia and Sage Peng. He deeply understood the reverence of the East region towards the Central region. Chu Yang naturally knew that this kind of suppression was only temporary. He would certainly be able to recover through cultivation, but it would take time. In fact, his thinking was too simple. Many people who entered the Central region from the East region could not recover after their cultivation was suppressed. Moreover, it would take a long time to improve their cultivation. It could be said that those people who were heavenly talents in the East region were directly knocked down from the clouds after entering the Central region. They became ordinary people from heavenly talents and monstrous talents. Their cultivation was extremely slow, and it was extremely difficult for them to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Among them, only a few heavenly talents were still heavenly talents, and monstrous talents were still monstrous talents. Under the pressure of the rules of the world of the Middle Continent, Chu Yang's body sometimes looked like a white hole silently emitting divine radiance. Sometimes he looked like a black hole swallowing everything. The Destiny Twins' martial spirits appeared, and the air that was pressuring him like countless divine iron instantly became normal. The Destiny Twins' martial spirits suddenly stretched out their hands and grabbed at the void. They directly tore off 2 large pieces of heaven and earth, which were then devoured by the Destiny Twins' martial spirits. It was like tearing off 2 pieces of flesh. The torn space was unable to fuse together, and blood immediately burst out from it, forming a majestic rain that poured down. Rumble. At this time, something seemed to have collapsed in the deepest part of Chu Yang's body. Spirit energy surged in from all directions, and the blood dripping from the crack in the void was also swallowed into his body. Heaven and earth were like beasts. 2 large pieces of meat were cut off, and blood was flowing down. Chu Yang's eyes widened. He was almost petrified on the spot. Everything was too unbelievable. Kuen, is this what you meant just now? Master, this is beyond my imagination. The Ice Kuan was also shocked. He thought that Chu Yang's Destiny Twins martial spirits would make a move, but he did not expect it to be so tyrannical. The Destiny Twins martial spirits did not make a move, but once they made a move, it was truly incredible. Woo! Suddenly, a sobbing sound came from the heavens and earth. The sound was extremely loud. It was like the sound of the heavenly Tao. The heavens are crying. Qian was a bit confused. He felt that it was true. The heavens are indeed crying. The heavens are crying. Hearing the Ice Kuan's voice, his face was actually real. He was completely speechless. He didn't know what to say and couldn't say anything. At the same time, his cultivation realm quickly recovered. Ascending soul, reincarnation, realm spirit stage. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had recovered reign. Originally, the laws of the heavens and the heavenly Tao of reincarnated. The only difference was that the laws of the heavens and earth had undergone a qualitative change. The laws of the heavens and earth were originally thin threads, but now they were as thick as chains. At this moment, due to the qualitative change of the laws, Chu Yang had an illusion. His body was infinitely enlarged. He was as tall as the heavens and even broke through the heavens. He stepped on the earth and broke through the heavens. The heavens and earth were like a cage that was broken by him. He suddenly felt that he was omnipotent. He completely recovered and laughed out loud. Damn heavens of the central region. I'll beat you until you cry. No, I'll cut off 2 pieces of your meat and stir-fry them. Waha! Chapter 22:15. What could the Ice Kuan say? What was Chu Yang like before? What was he like now? He could only spread out his hands to express his helplessness. However, he still opened his mouth. Master, don't you know that if you cut off 2 pieces of meat and stir-fry them, you will definitely be noticed by the supreme figures? Now is the time to run. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His laughter came to an abrupt end. His frozen expression was incomparably ridiculous and extremely comical. It was as if he had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. His mood could be said to be extremely sour. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If he was noticed by the supreme figures, even if he didn't die, he would be captured for research. Kuan, run quickly. Chu Yang's legs were naturally not as good as the Ice Kuan's legs. Only the Ice Kuan could run. The Ice Kuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't get any benefits and still had to work hard. In addition, he wanted to run away with Chu Yang, but he couldn't control the Destiny Twins' martial spirits. Master, those 2 ancestors, this old servant has no other way. I'll have to trouble you with your legs. Chu Yang patted his head. When he was about to run away, a loud rumbling sound came from his 100 heavenly abodes. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. The 100 heavenly abodes were about to collapse. They were shrinking rapidly. One moment, they were as small as dust, and the next moment, they were as big as stars. There is another ancestor here. He immediately knew the source. It was the big cauldron that he had obtained from the strange world. This guy who had never made a move actually came out for a stroll at this time. With a swoosh, it flew out from the deepest part of the 100 heavenly abodes and fell down. With a loud rumbling sound, it directly smashed the ground and broke the world barrier of the central divine world. With a fierce suction, the world's origin of the central region was sucked out like a torrent and entered the big cauldron. I'll go. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. This thing was too ferocious. It was definitely stirring up trouble. When he thought about how this cauldron was discovered as well, his entire body broke out in cold sweat, his soul almost leaving his body. As a result, even when so much of the world's source energy poured into his body, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Bing Kuan was also stunned. He didn't realize that the aura around him had changed. His cultivation of the gods' world swept out. It was no longer billowing demonic energy, and he was no longer rejected by the heavenly soul world. All of a sudden, screams of misery rang out from the sky. After that, it was as though the corpses of heavenly deities were falling from the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Luckily, They weren't real and were only illusions. These were all swallowed up by the cauldron. Roar! A golden dragon of unknown length struggled in the sky, but it was of no use at all. It continued to fall rapidly and was directly swallowed by the cauldron in one gulp. The divine will of a supreme being. When Chu Yang and Bing Kuan noticed it, both of them were scared half to death. These supreme beings had already paid attention to this place. Fortunately, this cauldron was extremely terrifying. It didn't seem to allow others to spy on it or other things. It directly wiped out all the divine will. As for what exactly happened, how this cauldron was triggered, and how it wiped out the divine will of those supreme beings, Chu Yang and Bing Kuan didn't know. Perhaps the reason why this cauldron was triggered is because of the Destiny Twins' martial spirits. Chu Yang guessed in his heart, but he didn't have any basis. He wanted to run away immediately, but he couldn't bear to part with this cauldron. This cauldron was definitely a supreme treasure. Chapter 22:16. The design of the path of questioning heart illusion was extremely simple. It was just a road, a misty road. When one's eyes fell on it, they would soon be distorted and see distorted versions of themselves. Simple, but extraordinary. Chu Yang also found that the formation in the path of questioning heart illusion was extremely complicated. He didn't see the whole picture, so he really didn't know the power of this formation for a while. After he stepped in, he immediately felt that there was a strange power that silently drilled into his consciousness. Immediately, he couldn't help but blurt out the two words Chu Yang, Lu Xuanhuan. After a slight pause, Chu Yang shouted out his fake name. The old man outside couldn't help but be surprised. It was just a slight pause. It didn't seem like much, but the old man sensed a lot from it. He had seen far too many tests like this, and all those who entered would immediately blurt out their names. Chu Yang was the first person who could pause for a moment. He hesitated for a moment. The name he said might not necessarily be his real name. This kid is not simple. The old man smoked a cigarette, his eyes flashing. He carefully calculated in his heart. He is now at the peak of the transcendence realm. According to the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth in the central state, he was very likely a saint before. He reached the saint realm at such a young age. In that corner of the East State, he is definitely a supreme figure. There was another person next to the old man. It was a young man who had come after Chu Yang. He was roughly 19 or 20 years old. He was tall and sturdy and very muscular. It could be said that he was tall and strong. But he looked travel-worn and almost like a beggar. This was not his fault. The no man's land was too vast. If it weren't for the ice Kuan, Chu Yang would probably look like him. His realm was similar to Chu Yang's. His cultivation was at the 8th tier of the transcendence realm. According to the old man's speculation, he was very likely a saint before he came to the central state. Li Dazhuang. His name was very simple, and so was his person. He was completely a child of a poor family. I have both parents in my family. My father is Lu Yunlong, my mother is Lu Yi, and my brother is Lu Qingyan. In the dreamland, Chu Yang was also questioned about his family situation. He slightly changed the names of his parents, his elder brother, Chu Fei, and Chu Na. After defending against the initial invasion of that strange power, everything became much easier. Chu Yang dealt with it with ease. However, even after he answered all the questions the old man had asked him, things still weren't over. That strange energy was becoming more and more shocking. Chu Yang didn't want to appear too shocking, so he allowed some of the energy to enter. His consciousness immediately started to distort, and all kinds of illusions appeared. These illusions couldn't affect Chu Yang, but he knew that this stage of the test would definitely make people lose their consciousness and reveal the secrets in their hearts. Thus, he spouted a bunch of nonsense. The proudest thing I've ever done is to make 1,000 women fall in love with me at the same time. I'm the one who's loved by all. I'm a heaven-blessed martial artist, a great emperor. There will definitely be more women in the central state who will fall in love with me. I don't want much. 10,000 is enough. Why, the central state, I'm coming. How lonely it is to be invincible. Alone at the peak, the cold wind constantly blowing. My loneliness, Who can understand me? The old man suddenly couldn't continue smoking. He thought to himself, this Lu Xuanhuan is too narcissistic. If he's not confused in the dreamland, can't he say something else? He suddenly felt his teeth itch. This guy is really cocky. Li Dazhuang's eyes widened. He muttered, this is bad. Once I enter, I'm afraid I'll reveal all the filth in my heart. Chapter 22:17. This hurdle was actually the second stage of the questioning heart road. When Chuyang passed through this stage and entered the third stage, that strange power suddenly became incomparably tyrannical. It went on a rampage and barged into his mind in a barbaric manner. It wanted to check his memories. Buzz, buzz. The space between Chu Yang's eyebrows lit up and a big sun rose. It clashed with that strange force and created ripples in the air. Then it dispersed the misty fog of the illusory Wenxin Road. This Lu Xuanhuan is really not simple. With a clatter, the old man was shocked. He took a puff of his cigarette and suppressed his shock. Almost no one could resist the third stage of the test. However, in the past year, 2 people from the East Continent had already done it. That person seems to be called Qianzi. It had been a long time, and the old man couldn't remember it clearly. However, he still remembered the general situation. Qianzi barged in directly and didn't let the force enter his mind to search his memories. What is he going to do? The old man was very curious. Qianzi did barge through, but it was extremely fast. At this moment, Chuyang also had a bit of a headache. That strange power was very astonishing. He felt that it shouldn't be a problem to resist it. However, if he blocked this strange power, what he had said before might be suspected by others. In the central province, he reckoned that he would definitely do some shocking things. Thus, if he left behind a flaw, others would be able to use it to their advantage. That would be bad. I can only make a fake one to fool them. Chuyang was depressed and began to construct a fake memory. It was definitely not easy. Fortunately, he had mastered the 3 profound meanings of criminal detention: soul slaying, and divine soul devouring. It was not the first time that he had extracted the divine soul of his enemies. Otherwise, it would be impossible to construct a fake memory. Of course, it also needed time. Chuyang stood there, and time passed little by little. 1 incense sticks worth of time. 2 incense sticks worth of time. 3 incense sticks worth of time. The old man was already stunned. After Chuyang persisted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was completely stunned. This was something that had never happened before. In the third stage of the test, one spiritual power had to be at the level of a sage to be able to withstand it completely. However, it was almost impossible for people from the East Continent to have spiritual power at the level of a sage after being suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth in the Central Continent. Unless, before he entered the Central Plains, his cultivation was not only at the saint stage, but also at the earthly sovereign stage. An Earth sovereign realm cultivator at such a young age. Chuyang looked to be at most 20 years old. The old man really couldn't imagine how Chuyang did it. Such a person was definitely a dragon among men, a man above men. Even in the central state, he would certainly attract the attention of the world. The old man took a long time to calm his emotions. During this time, Chuyang finally constructed a fake memory, passed the third stage, and appeared in front of the old man. Elder, this Wenxin Road is really amazing. I accidentally exposed my stink just now. Please don't laugh at me. Chuyang wiped the cold sweat and smiled with a trace of shame. Li Dazhuang, who was beside him, hurriedly echoed in a muffled voice, Yes, yes. Elder, if I stink later, please don't tell others about it. This cunning boy. If I hadn't been stationed here all year round and knew the Wenxin Road clearly, I would have been deceived by him. Chapter 22:18. After Li Dazhuang entered the illusory realm and shouted his name, the old man suddenly said to Chuyang, Boy, what are you showing off for? Do you think I can't see through it? Chuyang's eyelids twitched, and he thought, Why is this old guy so sharp? The old man smoked his cigarette and laughed, revealing his yellow teeth. Kid, what kind of secret do you have? Chu Yang saw that he couldn't hide it, so he simply spread his hands and said, "Old man, do you know what privacy is?" At this time, Li Dazhuang screamed in the illusory realm, "Xiao Chui, don't hit me. I definitely didn't mean to peek. I just accidentally saw it. I'm telling the truth. Listen to my explanation." Then Li Dazhuang's voice suddenly changed, and he stammered nervously, "Miss Wang, you're really beautiful." The sound of him swallowing his saliva could be heard, and he even began to take off his clothes. "Miss Wang, what are you talking about? Even if you're a brothel girl, I won't look down on you." What happened next was even more exciting. Li Dazhuang seemed to be honest, but he was actually very cunning. To put it nicely, he had the virtue of pretending to be stupid. "Old man, did you see it?" Chu Yang immediately pointed at Li Dazhuang in the illusory realm and said, "I just don't want to do that. You have to know that I'm a genius, and I'm not only favored by one woman, but many, many." Such an excuse was barely acceptable. However, the more the old man looked at Chu Yang's smug face, the more he found it unpleasant. He directly blew a mouthful of smoke in Chu Yang's face and directly said, "Boy, do you want me to write the truth or what?" Cunning old man, Chu Yang thought to himself. He had a headache, and it seemed that this flaw would be left behind. "Look at what you're saying. I'm an honest person, so of course I'll write it as it is." "Really?" The old man had a strange smile on his face. Chu Yang didn't know how this old man saw his flaw. "That's how it should be. Then I will do as you wish." "Many thanks, old sir." Old sir's magic power is boundless, and your life is as long as the heavens. Chu Yang flattered. "I've finally heard some words from a human." As he spoke, the old man threw over a tael of silver and said, "Take it. This is my reward for my good grandson." When Chu Yang heard this, his heart calmed down. He roughly understood the other party's intentions. Seeing how outstanding he was, the other party wanted to befriend him. He smiled even more brilliantly, but he was very disdainful. "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Not to mention anything else, just based on my face, I can easily get one tael of silver from a little girl. Keep bragging." The old man said disdainfully, "I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore." Lita Zhuang's miserable howl came over, interrupting the conversation between the old man and Chu Yang. His path of reflection ended very quickly, and he found himself taking off all his clothes. He covered his face and screamed in embarrassment. Chu Yang almost believed him. "I say, fellow Taoist, we've broken through the heavens and created a new humiliation. We're clearly extremely happy. So why do you have to act like you're about to die? Isn't this weakening the elegance of our generation? This is a slut." Lita Zhuang immediately determined that Chu Yang was a slut, and in the blink of an eye revealed his true nature. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Chu Yang. "Fellow cultivator, when will you go to the brothel?" "Fellow cultivator, this genius has character." Chu Yang used his mana to form a folding fan. With a snap, he opened it and elegantly fanned himself. "Hee hee." Lita Zhuang laughed evilly. "Fellow cultivator, your character is good or bad?" "Bullshit." Chu Yang immediately glared. "Dogly, which eye of yours saw that I specialize in seducing little girls and lonely women? I'm a dignified friend of women." Uffed. The old man and Lita Zhuang immediately burst out laughing. The person in front of them was completely hopeless. After a bout of shamelessness, Chu Yang and his fellow cultivator bid farewell to the old man and left in a carefree manner. Chapter 22:19. It was spring in Zhongzhou. Originally, the sky was gloomy, but the spring rain suddenly came quietly. The small town in front of them was immediately covered in a misty fog. However, the spring before Chu Yang's eyes was dry and dull. He didn't see the rippling spring water, the chirping swallows, and the willow trees. There was only a small town. Looking from afar, he could see that the town was sparsely populated. Chu Yang was like a well-dressed playboy. He was very satisfied with himself. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and strode forward. At the side, Li Dazhuang suddenly felt that he had become a contrast. He couldn't wait to immediately change out of his dirty clothes and put on a decent appearance. Chu Yang came from afar. From afar, it looked like he came from the horizon. "You two refugees, stop right there." At the entrance of a small town, there was a checkpoint. There were 2 officials guarding it. When Chu Yang and Li Dazhuang arrived, a burly man who was as tall as Li Dazhuang immediately rushed in front of them and blocked their path. "First, those who cheat, and steal will die," the official said in a low voice. He was extremely disgusted with Chu Yang and Li Dazhuang, so his attitude towards them was extremely bad. "Second, I suggest you go to the refugee camp. Third, I'm not joking. Fourth, you may soon die under my blade. Fifth, that's all I have to say. You have to bear the consequences," the burly official said in a low voice. He was full of anger as he grabbed the hilt of the blade at his waist. He left these few words and fiercely warned the 2 of them before leaving. He came quickly and left quickly. During this process, Chu Yang and Li Dazhuang only felt the other party's disgust. Until now, they didn't say a word. However, they were treated like criminals and were even warned. This was definitely not a good thing. Ordinary people wouldn't feel good when faced with this kind of situation. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, "It seems that my situation in Zhongzhou will also be very bad." Then, he heard Li Dazhuang's stomach grumbling. He immediately felt hungry. Li Dazhuang looked like an honest person, but he sized up the strength of the 2 officials. The one who was like him was only at the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm, while the other was at the 5th level of the Transcendence Realm. He seemed to be unhappy and wanted to teach these 2 officials a lesson. However, he was unfamiliar with this place and didn't understand the situation, so he hesitated. Chu Yang placed his hands behind his back and whistled as he left. The Central State Divine Dynasty was also known as the Jin Dynasty, and the Divine Emperor was also known as the Jin Emperor. The entire Jin Dynasty was like an ancient feudal dynasty. The only difference was that the emperor, officials, and people here all had incredible cultivation. Chu Yang already knew about this from Shangwan Lan, who had great prestige in Zhongzhou. He didn't want to slap the official's face and then slap the official's face because it wasn't worth it. In the end, Li Dazhuang also gave up the idea of teaching the 2 officials a lesson. As soon as the 2 of them entered the town, everyone who met them looked at them with extreme disgust. Many people even directly spoke to them. 2 more refugees. All refugees are scum. You 2 scum definitely won't live past tomorrow. Bastards, is Zhongzhou a place you should come to? Go back and be animals. Bah, who do you think you are? Chu Yang didn't know what he had done to receive such treatment. Of course, Li Dazhuang didn't know either. Refugees, the refugee camp is over there. Don't let me see you anywhere else. Bastards, the refugee camp is over there. Don't mess around and dirty the place. Chapter 22:20. Li Dazhuang's stomach growled again. Chu Yang also felt even hungrier. In the East Continent, he wouldn't have such a situation because he didn't need to eat. Eating was just for enjoyment. However, in the Central Province, he quickly felt hungry. He was so hungry that his internal organs were rebelling. From the reactions of the people in the small town, Chu Yang not only felt a deep sense of disgust, he also faintly sensed that after coming to the small town, many of these so-called refugees had done extremely disgusting things. Let's not care about this. Let's first fill up the internal organs. At this time, Chu Yang finally realized the importance of that 1 tael of silver. He also foresaw that without this 1 tael of silver, he wouldn't even be able to eat a bun or sesame seed cake. At Chu Yang's level, he didn't care about the secular world's firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, silver, and so on. He definitely wouldn't be bothered by these things. However, in the Central Province, it seemed to be a top priority. How could he have any silver on him when he had just entered the Central Province? A single penny stumped a hero. He also faintly understood why the 2 officials warned them. Perhaps some people who had just entered the Central Province felt embarrassed after feeling hungry. If they didn't cheat, steal, rob, or kill people for money. Under the watchful eyes of the people, Chu Yang and Li Dazhuang arrived in front of the steaming bun shop. Li Dazhuang's stomach growled louder and louder. Hearing such a sound, the steam bun seller was extremely happy. He welcomed them with a smile, and then opened his mouth to say how delicious his steam bun was, and how many he wanted. However, the steam bun seller didn't. When he suddenly saw Chu Yang and Li Dazhuang come over, he immediately revealed a disgusted expression and coldly said, "Refugees, get lost. Get lost immediately. Don't hinder my business. You seem to be very sure that I can't afford your steamed bun." Chu Yang very clearly read the mentality of the steamed bun seller. "You're all paupers. You don't even know what money is. What will you use to buy my steamed bun? Use your cheap lives?" The steamed bun seller roared and pointed in the direction of the refugee camp. "That's where you should be. Pauper, get lost." Li Dazhuang's eyes widened like copper bells. The steamed bun seller immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, "What's wrong, you pauper? You want to rob and kill? Come on." Originally, Chu Yang and Li Dazhuang were already on guard against them. Suddenly, many people swarmed over. Immediately, many people were filled with righteous indignation, cursing and swearing. "Refugees, are you going to be so arrogant again? Try it. I'll skin you alive. You dog, this is the Central State. How dare you behave so atrociously here?" Chu Yang glanced at Li Dazhuang and immediately distanced himself from Li Dazhuang. He cupped his fist and said to the crowd, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I am a scholar. As for this blockhead, I have nothing to do with him. He was really a kindred spirit." He instantly sold him out. Li Dazhuang could be considered to have seen Chu Yang's true nature. Before the people of the small town started to curse, Chu Yang cleverly showed the silver tail in the palm of his hand. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I really came to buy steamed buns. I definitely didn't come to cause trouble. After all, I am a scholar. I still know etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame." This bastard, Li Dazhuang, realized that Chu Yang used this silver tail to achieve great results. He was almost famous in the small town. Chapter 22-21. This brother, I see that your cooking skills are exquisite. The taste of your buns must also be superb. I wonder how many buns I can buy with one tael of silver? Chu Yang asked with a smile. "I am a scholar, and I am embarrassed recently. Please give me a cheaper price. I thank you in advance." As he spoke, he bowed to the bun seller. "You really have money?" The bun seller was very surprised, and so were the onlookers. A refugee with money seemed to be a rare occurrence. Their reaction made Li Dazhuang want to beat Chu Yang to death in an instant. He even wanted to replace him. A mere tael of silver could be used to show off. What kind of world was this? Of course I have money. I am a scholar. Although I'm a little poor, I can still rely on myself. Hearing Chu Yang once again emphasize his status as a scholar, Li Dazhuang could only look on enviously. A scholar is a scholar. No wonder you are different from the majority of refugees, even though you are a refugee. After the bun seller confirmed that the money was real, his expression eased a lot. A scholar is different after all. If every refugee was a scholar, we would be much more peaceful. Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the heavens whale that cut off the flow of refugees a month ago, who knows how many families would have been robbed or even killed? The sound of discussion confirmed Chu Yang's guess. A scholar is really different. Even if he is poor, he still dresses well and is elegant. If we didn't know in advance, who would believe that he is a refugee? Suddenly, someone in the crowd compared Chu Yang to Li Dazhuang. The other refugee is completely different. One look, and you can tell that he is a martial artist. He has no ability, but he is also unreasonable. He robbed and killed at the slightest provocation. He looks simple and honest, but he is no different from those refugees. He is also a beast. He is dirty and stupid. Wouldn't it be better to just die? Whose eyes are you dirtying? Who are you trying to disgust? Li Dazhuang was extremely disgusted. Chu Yang, this bastard, had stepped on his corpse and was about to become a model of justice. If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? That tael of silver is mine. He was also the one who told me to snatch the buns to eat. Li Dazhuang put on a pitiful and foolish look as he explained, which shocked Chu Yang. Fortunately, although Li Dazhuang looked foolish enough, his words were definitely not foolish. You. Chu Yang was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Li Dazhuang and said, "Your intentions are really sinister. You actually poured all the dirty water on me. How vicious you are. An expert. When Li Dazhuang saw Chu Yang's response, he suddenly felt a burst of pressure. If he couldn't win against this thing, he would be in trouble. However, he had no chance at all. Brother, Chu Yang immediately said to the steamed bun seller. Just now when I came with this bastard, did you see me instruct him? When he threatened you, he had a silly look on his face. Li Dazhuang immediately felt a sense of crisis. This Lu Xuanhuan really had a sharp tongue. As soon as the steam bun seller opened his mouth, he would be exposed. Just as he was about to fight back, Chu Yang beat him to it. Filled with righteous indignation, he pointed at Li Dazhuang and shouted, "Bastard! I was originally a scholar. I didn't look down on you and came with you. Who would have thought that you would be so sinister? My dog eyes were really blind. Hey, who's the one calling themselves a scholar?" In the midst of the commotion, a sarcastic voice pierced through. Soon after, a young master, surrounded by a group of followers, walked straight towards Chu Yang. Chapter 22. With an evil smile on his face, the young master walked straight to Chu Yang and stood in front of him. His body emitted a faint fragrance as he sized up Chu Yang with ridicule. His figure was thin, and he was dressed in luxurious clothes. His skin was soft and tender, and his eyes were slightly sunken. At first glance, he looked like someone who drank too much. The group of followers behind the young master also had a mocking expression as they sized up Chu Yang. The originally noisy crowd had completely quieted down at this moment, and their gazes all fell on the young master. "Hey, refugee, you really do look like a scholar." The young master swept a glance and found that Chu Yang was much more handsome than him, and his temperament was also more refined. A look of disgust flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he looked at Chu Yang with an evil smile. "However, do you know what a scholar is? Don't think that just because you know a few words, you are a scholar, understand?" Hee. Li Dazhuang couldn't help but be secretly happy. "Lu Yao, you are too high profile. My undying fellow Taoist has come to mess with you this time." He was overjoyed and also sensed that this young master was at the third level of the Nirvana realm. The strength of the followers behind him was at least at the life and death realm. It was more than enough to deal with Chu Yang. "Ha!" Chu Yang used his magic power to form a folding fan. He opened it with a snap and gently shook it. Then he said in a cultured and refined manner, "Does this brother want to test me a little? May I ask for your name? Is my name something a lowly person like you should know? Are you worthy?" The young master suddenly became ruthless and stared at Chu Yang with a sneer. "It is your fortune that I can talk to you. So vulgar. It seems like you're not a scholar." Chu Yang gently shook his folding fan. He was calm and composed without a trace of anger. He tried his best to show the face of a scholar, then said, "You are jealous, but I understand your feelings. You're not a scholar, so naturally you are jealous of a scholar like me. I understand. What do you know?" The young master's face turned red. Chu Yang had poked at his sore spot. Of course, it wasn't because of his studies, but because he was really jealous of Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not pay any attention to him. Once again, he displayed the elegance of a scholar and slowly recited, "Rich people don't need to buy fertile land. There are thousands of rice grains in books. There is no need to set up a house of gold in a book. There is no need to hate when you go out without a rickshaw, for there are many horses in the book. There is no need to hate when you marry a wife without match. There are women in books who are as beautiful as jade. If a man wants to fulfill his life's ambition, he will diligently study the 6 classics before the window." The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as he finished speaking. This refugee is indeed a scholar. Needless to say, to be able to recite such a poem just by opening his mouth. What else can he be if not a scholar? If that's the case, then there really is a scholar among the refugees. This is unprecedented. At least, I've never met one before. No wonder he has one tael of silver in his hands. How can a scholar rob, kill, or commit such unjust acts? When Li Dazhuang heard the discussions of the crowd, he almost could not help but curse out loud. Fortunately, he managed to hold it in. However, he was still surprised in his heart. This thing, he really is a scholar. He was prepared, He really was prepared. He had long been prepared to show off in the central state. That's why even though we are on the same path, in the end, I'm still a little bit behind him. For Chu Yang to be able to recite a poem, in his opinion, this was definitely a kind of ability. Moreover, it was a kind of great ability. The young master was already angry, but when he heard Chu Yang recite slowly, he could not help but be stunned. This lowly commoner is actually a scholar. He did not dare to believe it. Studying was said to be useless. Martial strength was the truth. Therefore, other than the central state, who would study? Chapter 22-23. The child felt even more uncomfortable and jealous. Not only was this lowly person better looking than him, but he was also not as good as this lowly person at studying. You think you're a scholar because you can recite a crooked poem? How ridiculous! The child reprimanded. Don't insult the word scholar. You lowly person, if you dare to call yourself a scholar again, I'll break your legs. No, I'll gouge out your eyes and cut off your tongue. Chu Yang was naturally not afraid. He had already had crooked thoughts, and this child was forcing him like this, which was exactly what he wanted to see, because he was in need of money very, very much. A hero would be stumped by a penny. In Zhongzhou, it was impossible to not have money, and this child was simply here to give money to Chu Yang. What's so difficult about studying? What's there to be jealous of? Chu Yang waved his folding fan and advised gracefully, as long as you're willing to study and study hard, why can't you become a scholar? He immediately said to the crowd, everyone, there's nothing special about being a scholar. Studying doesn't seem to be of much use. On the contrary, everyone is eager to learn martial arts. So if you put your passion for martial arts into studying, you won't have to worry about not being able to become a scholar. Who didn't understand this? But they didn't have enough time to practice martial arts. So how could they have the energy to study? This was also one of the reasons why scholars in Zhongzhou were noble. Generally speaking, if one's martial arts cultivation was not weak and he was a scholar, his talent would definitely not be too bad. So, for such people, everyone would respect them. Later, the identity of a scholar was used by the Jin dynasty, so his status was even higher. Chu Yang only knew this at the end. Of course, he wasn't done yet. After speaking to the crowd, he turned to the young master and said, similarly, this applies to you as well. As long as you put some effort into studying, you won't have to worry about not being able to become a scholar. When did I say that I'm not a scholar? The young master flew into a rage and directly roared. He angrily pointed at Chu Yang and loudly said, I've already said, lowly commoner, don't insult the three-word scholar. Otherwise, I'll dig out your eyes and cut off your tongue. Domineering. Unreasonable. Chu Yang's expression turned cold. Are all the scholars in Central State like this? How disappointing. There was a moment of silence. The scope of this attack was really too wide. That young master had completely thrown away the face of the Central Province's scholars. Moreover, he had done it in front of a refugee. If word of this got out, who knew how many scholars in Central State would be furious? The young master sensed the change in the crowd. His arrogance immediately weakened, and fear even appeared in his eyes. This was not his usual nonsense. Instead, he was using the scholars as an example. If he made the scholars lose face, not to mention other places, even the local scholars would not forgive him. There are good and bad people in Central State. Brother, we've made a fool of ourselves. From the crowd, a handsome and elegant young man, who was not much older than Chu Yang, stood out as soon as he spoke. At this moment, he cupped his fists and bowed to Chu Yang. Chu Yang returned the bow. Greetings, brother. At the same time, he also admitted, I went a little overboard with my words just now. Please forgive me. Chapter 22-24. Ma Kongquan, who are you calling filthy? Being belittled by the youth in front of others, the young master was furious to the point of madness. He was about to lose his mind. Zhuyu, did I say something wrong? The youth sneered. Don't think that just because you've read books but don't understand the principles in them, you're a scholar. You've really thrown away the face of us scholars. Ma Kongquan, Zhuyu. Chu Yang knew the names of these two people, and couldn't help but frown. With Ma Kongquan's appearance, he was afraid that his plan to get some money from Zhu Yu would be ruined. Zhu Yu trembled with anger, but he could not do anything to Ma Kongquan. He was even afraid of Ma Kongquan, but he was not willing to accept this. After thinking hard, he immediately thought of a way. After that, he thought that everything was caused by that lowly commoner. His heart was filled with hatred. He looked at Chu Yang threateningly and said to Ma Kongquan, "This lowly commoner is not a scholar. He calls himself a scholar, so why can't I teach him a lesson or two?" "Oomph." Ma Kongquan coldly snorted. "If he's not a scholar, then you're one. Zhu Yu, that poem just now, how can you compose it?" Ma Kongquan was attracted by Chu Yang's slow recitation. "Is being able to compose a poem a scholar?" Zhu Yu stubbornly insisted. "He has a literary position. In the continent center, one could only be considered a scholar if one had a literary position. As for the literary position, one had to pass the examination of the Jin dynasty." Chu Yang had a general impression of it. Scholar, Xiao Jiren, and so on were all literary positions. Ma Kongquan did not immediately refute Zhu Yu. Instead, he cupped his fist towards Chu Yang and said, "May I know this brother's name?" "This one is Lu Xuanhuan." "Brother Lu, you've just arrived at the central state. How can you obtain a civil position?" Ma Kongquan finally said coldly. "Zhu Yu, you better stop before you go too far." "Humph," Zhu Yu retorted, "without a pen. How can you call yourself a scholar? Are scholars so cheap?" "You're being unreasonable," Ma Kongquan angrily said. "Lu Xiong wrote a poem on the spot to educate you. What kind of literary talent is this? You can easily get a literary position. If this is not a scholar, then what is?" "Ridiculous." Zhu Yu laughed mockingly. "Ma Kongquan, according to what you're saying, does that mean that all those who are literate in the central region are scholars? If you're a scholar just because you know how to read, then what's the point of having a civil position in the imperial examinations?" Ma Kongquan pondered for a moment and couldn't refute. He used this method to agree with Chu Yang. In this way, without the barrier of a civil position, everyone could also call themselves a scholar. Because those literate people, no one dared to say that they didn't have talent. Chu Yang watched from the side for a while. Zhu Yu won, and he couldn't help but feel happy. It was as if the cute silver was already waving at him. Of course, this was also the time for him to enter the stage. "Brother Zhu, right?" Chu Yang calmly and elegantly smiled. "I indeed don't have a civil position, but I can prove that I'm a scholar." He smiled even more happily and looked at Zhu Yu. "Won't it be fine if I beat you? A scholar? I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. "Ha!" Chu Yang opened his folding fan and elegantly waved it. He smiled in his heart. "Here comes silver." When Ma Kongquan heard this, he couldn't help but smile. This was indeed a solution. Chu Yang didn't have a civil position, but if he beat someone with a civil position, then he would naturally be a scholar. Chapter 22-25. While Chu Yang and Zhu Yu were sparring, he didn't notice that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him. Qianzi, Viper. Seeing Chu Yang's performance, Viper couldn't help but doubt himself. He secretly asked Qianzi, "Is this really that dog? He's so talented in literary arts?" "There's no mistake," Qianzi said with incomparable certainty. "We've cut off the space-time tunnel from the East Continent to the Central Continent. In this period of time, no one from the East Continent will enter the Central Continent. And for the past month, there's only this Lu Xuanhuan. Furthermore, that dog has such literary talent. This proves that he's that wild dog." Chu Yang was already extraordinary and incomparably amazing. He had amazing perception in martial arts. So what was so difficult about literary arts? Viper nodded, his heart also becoming more certain. Then he asked again, "When do we make our move?" "We still have to wait for a while." Qianzi frowned. "A month ago, what happened was too shocking. This place has already caught the attention of the big shots in the heavenly spirit world. So if we use 20 saints to openly kill the wild dog, it will definitely attract their attention. I'm afraid that they'll misunderstand and think that we're stealing that heaven-defying treasure. If that were to happen, then it would be troublesome." Even if they succeeded in killing Chu Yang, they'd probably be dug out. Heaven's Whale, this kind of thing was too inconceivable. But who had this kind of ability? According to the rumors, it was a supreme treasure that made Heaven's Whale, but no one knew if that was the case or not. Viper nodded again. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. He exclaimed, "The person who caused Heaven's Whale, could it be that dog?" This was a wild hypothesis, but Qian Zi's pupil shrank. If it was really the wild dog that caused Heaven's Whale, then the wild dog was too terrifying. Not to mention 20 saints, even 100 saints wouldn't be able to stop it. To make the heavens cry, what kind of ability was this? How shocking was this? However, the undeniable fact was that the time of Heaven's Whale and the time of Chu Yang's arrival in the central continent were simply too coincidental. I don't think so. If it were him, we would have died long ago. Viper agreed with Qian Zi's final judgment. However, the possibility that Chu Yang was the one who had caused Heaven's Whale still existed in Qian Zi's heart. He just couldn't believe it. When Zhu Yu heard Chu Yang, a lowly commoner, issuing a challenge to her, she almost exploded in anger. She clenched her teeth, and her crazed expression became even more intense. "Lowly commoner, you dare challenge me? You don't dare." Chu Yang gently fanned himself and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't bully you. You can choose any of the poems, calligraphy, painting, zither, or chess. If you can win against me, I'll let you do whatever you want with me." "You sure talk big," Zhu Yu roared. She opened her mouth wide, as if she wanted to swallow Chu Yang whole. After Ma Kongquan heard this, he was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but size up Chu Yang again. It wasn't easy for someone to be proficient in both the poems, calligraphy, painting, zither, and chess. He knew he didn't have such ability. "You don't have to care if I talk big or not. I just want to know if you dare or not." Chu Yang closed his fan and said to the crowd, "If he doesn't dare, can we assume that he knows he can't beat me? Can I call myself a scholar? Although this isn't good, I still have to prove myself if I call myself a scholar." Everyone couldn't help but nod. They agreed with Chu Yang's words. Chapter 22-26. Lowly commoner, what are you being so arrogant for? Zhu Yu was on the verge of bursting out of her lungs. Her anger had also reached its peak. At this moment, if he was not in front of others, he would have torn Chu Yang to pieces. "We need one more." Li Dazhuang watched from the side and sneered in his heart. He knew Chu Yang's tricks very well. "You think the loudest person is right?" Chu Yang smiled and said disdainfully, "Give me a straightforward answer. I'll let you choose your own poem, calligraphy, painting, zither, and chess. If you're still not confident, then I'll let you do as you please. I'll play whatever you want." "Lowly commoner, how dare you?" Chu Yang was already too lazy to pay attention to him. He continued to fan himself. He had the upper hand in the bet. Zhu Yu knew that if he did not dare to compete with Chu Yang, he would be looked down upon by others. He could not accept this. He did not believe that Chu Yang had much ability. "Fine, lowly commoner, I'll lower myself and compete with you. Let's make a bet." Chu Yang succeeded, but was not surprised. He showed the silver in his hand. "Although it's not much, it's all I have. Do you dare to bet?" 1 to 100. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth and said, "If you win, I'll give you 100 silver. It's enough for a lowly commoner like you to squander." 1 to 100. "I overestimated your magnanimity." Chu Yang muttered to himself, and then said to Ma Kongquan, "Brother Ma, although I'm a little presumptuous, I really lack silver. Can you lend me some?" Ma Kongquan laughed and said loudly, "Brother Lu, I'll lend you 10,000 silver. Is that enough?" 10,000 silver multiplied by 100 would be 1,000,000 silver. What a huge bet! Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Li Dazhuang's eyes also lit up. He knew that he could get some information from Chu Yang. Many. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Ma, a gentleman's desire for wealth is justified. I took a shortcut, which is not desirable. However, I still need to teach someone a lesson. 1 lesson for 2 is enough." If this was known by the parrot would laugh at Chu Yang to death. "When did you become so kind?" The reason why Chu Yang did this was because he was worried that Zhu Yu wouldn't be able to fork out that much money. Moreover, if the bet was too big, Zhu Yu's family would go all out against him. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Money didn't matter, as long as it was enough. A gentleman loves money, but he takes it in a proper way. After Ma Kongquan heard this, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Liu has learned a lot. Then I will lend Brother Liu 100 taels of silver." "Thank you, Brother Ma." "Lowlife, have you had enough?" Zhu Yu fiercely clenched his teeth, and with a crisp-ca sound, he opened his mouth and said, "Let's compete in poetry, using spring as the theme." He spoke very quickly, as if he couldn't wait to cut Chu Yang into pieces. He wanted to end the competition in the shortest time possible. As for using spring as the theme, the scope was too wide. The crowd immediately began to discuss. At this time, Zhu Yu had already blurted out, "The plum blossom is ruined. The fragrance of the jade remains. The willow has not opened its golden eyes. The east wind is harmonious. The peach and apricot blossoms are torn apart. It is appropriate to sing about the arrival of spring." Fast, fast, fast to the extreme. The moment the topic was set, Zhu Yu had already composed a poem. It was extremely shocking, causing the crowd to exclaim, "So fast. Is this Zhu Yu? Unbelievable. Zhu Yu is a hedonist, but after all is said and done, he is still a scholar. Zhu Yu is still an elementary scholar, but not every elementary scholar can be like him. That's extraordinary. I'm afraid that refugee is in trouble." When Zhu Yu heard the crowd discussion, he immediately smiled. When he saw that Ma Kongquan was also shocked, he couldn't help but feel even more proud. He rushed towards Ma Kongquan and said, "Ma Kongquan, how is it? I'm afraid your 100 taels of silver will be wasted. Ha ha." Chapter 22-27. Lowly Commoner, what do you think? After seeing Chu Yang, all of Zhu Yu's happiness disappeared. He said in a sinister voice, "If you lose, I promise I'll make you wish you were dead." In the next moment, he suddenly became playful and laughed. "Lowly Commoner, take your time to think, don't rush. In the end, not everyone can be like me." He was a little neurotic, and his mood was unpredictable. Lida Zhuang was shocked. This idiot is not simple. He was a little worried about his money, so he asked, "Fellow Taoist Liu, if you can't do it, then hurry up and give up." Chu Yang only smiled. Facing Zhu Yu's smug expression, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a disdainful smile. He directly said, "Sleeping in spring, not knowing the dawn, everywhere I hear the birds, the wind and rain at night. How many flowers fall." When his voice fell, the crowd couldn't help but become silent again. The refugee actually made a poem in an instant. Zhu Yu's playful smile disappeared in an instant, and his expression turned sinister. This lowly commoner, how can he be like me? With such talent, how dare he steal my prestige? He's courting death. Even though the refugee was able to compose a poem in an instant, his poem seemed to be a little lacking. I could still understand it. I can also understand it. If that's the case, Zhu Yu is better. What else is there to say? That must be the case. The central state is the central state, after all. This is the center of the heavenly spirit world. How can an outsider compare, especially when it comes to literary arts? The discussions of the crowd made Zhu Yu, who was gritting his teeth, immediately become overjoyed. He was extremely happy, and he sneered at Chu Yang. "Lowly commoner, did you hear that?" Whoosh! He moved in front of Chu Yang, pointed at Chu Yang's nose, and said sternly, "Although these people don't like me, they still have to admit my talent. Who do you think you are, to dare to compare with me?" Chu Yang wanted to move his finger away with his folding fan, but that finger didn't move at all. That pair of sinister eyes were extremely vicious. It was as if Chu Yang had killed his father. Chu Yang couldn't help but sneer. "Is your standard that bad? Did I really come up with such a poem for nothing?" Ma Kongquan, who had been immersed in the poem and savoring it, suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good poem. It's really a good poem." He immediately looked at Chu Yang with great admiration. "Brother Liu, your song has really reached the level of purity. I admire you. Any praise is an insult to Brother Lu. Everyone was stunned. What's so good about this song? Zhu Yu also sneered. Ma Kongquan, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others for spouting such nonsense? Such a simple and easy-to-understand poem. What's so great about it? You even know how to understand simple things. The admiration on Ma Kongquan's face instantly turned into a sneer. It's because it's simple and easy to understand that it's difficult. He became more and more excited as he spoke. This poem only has 4 lines and 20 words, but it's written with many twists and turns. The language is simple and easy to understand, and it's natural. There's no trace of artificial carving at all. It's like the sound of nature. Reading it is like drinking wine, and you won't feel intoxicated. Let's not talk about that. Is your poem as catchy as Brother Lu's? I can almost remember it after hearing it once. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. They felt that it was true. Zhu Yu naturally felt it too. Ma Kongquan, no matter how good your words are, the Book of Songs and the Book of CI will naturally judge whether a poem is good or bad. If I can make the Book of Songs appear, can a lowly commoner do it? Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a light sound, an ancient book appeared behind Zhu Yu. As it flipped, many poems were revealed. How is it? Ma Kongquan, what else do you have to say? Chapter 22-28. Zhu Yu quickly flipped through the pages of the ancient book. Poems about spring appeared one after another, followed by summer, autumn, winter, wind, flowers, snow, rain, mountains, and fields. Then there were love poems, philosophical poems, and so on. Countless ancient poems appeared in the blink of an eye. As the ancient book flipped through, flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, lakes, the sun, the moon, the stars, beauties, deserts, and so on appeared one by one. In an instant, Chu Yang realized that the Book of Songs that Zhu Yu was talking about was completely different from the Book of Songs that he was familiar with. He also realized that this Book of Songs must have great power of justice and credibility. Not only that, Chu Yang also saw various articles in the ancient book. He even saw the Analects of Confucius. The content seemed to be the same as in his previous life, but the author was not Kong Sheng, but Qin Sheng. He did not know much about Qin Sheng in the Central Plains. He did not know his name, his life, and so on. He only knew that there was such a saint and that he was the founder of the Confucian school. The person who explained and promoted the Analects of Confucius was Chu Sheng. When Chu Yang realized this from the Book of Songs, he did not know how to describe his feelings, so he ignored Zhu Yu's angry roar. Lowly commoner, admit defeat. Zhu Yu roared once more. What is the Book of Songs? I don't think it's very bright, but it seems very powerful. Of course, Chu Yang already knew what the Book of Songs meant, but he wanted to know more about the Book of Songs. So he asked this question. Lowly commoner, how dare you? Is the Book of Songs something you can question? Kill him for me. Zhu Yu gave the order in a ferocious voice. Immediately, the 2 subordinates behind her shot out like lightning, intending to take Chu Yang's life. Bang bang. 2 muffled sounds were heard as a shadow intercepted the 2 men in midair before Chu Yang could make a move. Then, he sent out 2 palm strikes and sent the 2 men flying away. Ma Kongquan, the angry Ma Kongquan. Zhu Yu, you're going too far. Brother Lu doesn't know the Book of Songs, so you want to bully him. Going too far? Ridiculous. Zhu Yu angrily said, the Book of Songs and the Classic of CI are not only limited to the Middle State. They can be found in the barbarian land of the East State and even in the demonic world where the demons from the outer sky live. That lowly commoner calls himself a scholar. How could he not know about the Book of Songs? In the world of gods, the Central State called it the demon world. Chu Yang was astonished to hear this. The so-called Book of Songs could actually appear in the East Continent, and even in the myriad gods world. He had never expected this. You're really twisting logic. Although Ma Kongquan was angry, he didn't have much strength to refute. Ma Kongquan, have you ever heard that scholars don't know about the Book of Songs? Poems come from the Book of Songs. Zhu Yu sneered and pointed at Chu Yang. This lowly commoner, since he knows how to compose poems, he should know about the Book of Songs. The crowd instantly went into an uproar. Poems were indeed created because of the Book of Songs. Later on, it spread. Since Chu Yang knew how to make poems, then he should know about the Book of Songs. Therefore, Zhu Yu's logic had no problems. However, with the popularity of poems in Middle State, there were also cases of people who knew how to compose poems but didn't know about the Book of Songs. This could happen in the Middle State. Chu Yang was a refugee, so it was normal that he didn't know about the Book of Songs. Therefore, Zhu Yu's excuse became somewhat far-fetched. Chapter 22-29. At this time, Chu Yang still didn't completely understand the situation. With a snap, he opened his fan and calmly and elegantly smiled. A scholar must be patient in all matters. The one opposite me, you shamelessly call yourself a scholar. Can you pay attention to your image? Seeing Zhu Yu's extremely venomous gaze, Li Dazhuang couldn't help but glance at Chu Yang and silently cursed in his heart. This guy really knows how to put on airs. Everyone naturally despised Zhu Yu to the extreme. What kind of bullshit scholar was Zhu Yu? Not to mention the things he did in the past, just his current appearance. Did he have the appearance of a scholar at all? On the other hand, Lu Xuanhuan looked like a proper scholar. Brother Ma, forgive my ignorance, but can you explain the Book of Songs to me in detail? Just as Chu Yang cupped his fist towards Ma Kongquan, Zhu Yu's furious roar exploded. Lowly commoner, are you trying to stall for time? I don't have that much time to waste on a lowly person like you. Ma Kongquan didn't use his mouth to speak. He directly sent a thought into Chu Yang's consciousness. Immediately, Chu Yang completely understood the Book of Songs. Other than the Book of Songs, there was also the Book of Ci, the Book of Characters, the Book of Painting, the Book of Zither, the Book of Chess, and so on. It was rumored that these were all civilizations from the previous era. Later on, they were discovered in the Central Province and spread there. In general, the Book of Songs was like the imprint of a great emperor. It could be communicated and activated. The only difference was that the Book of Songs was the painstaking work of many poets and not just the imprint of a single person. People could rely on their cultivation to communicate with the Book of Songs, and the appearance of the Book of Songs could be used to judge the quality of a poem. Over time, the Book of Songs became the highest authority of the Central Province's poetic Tao. After Ma Kongquan told Chu Yang about the Book of Songs, Chu Yang could also communicate with it. However, it was impossible for him to communicate with the Book of Songs in a short period of time. The reason was very simple. If the Book of Songs was an emperor, then Chu Yang was a commoner. Even if he wanted to talk to the emperor about his way of ruling the country or teaching the people, it was impossible for him to immediately come into contact with the emperor. In fact, he might never come into contact with the emperor. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. The Book of Songs was the same in this aspect, so Chu Yang had to spend a lot of effort and time to communicate with the Book of Songs. Only then could the Book of Songs appear. Such a process was akin to a minor character gaining fame or becoming an official of the imperial court through continuous efforts. At such a stage, his suggestions would naturally attract the attention of the emperor. Zhu Yu was bullying Chu Yang on this point. She was bullying Chu Yang because even if he knew the Book of Songs, it was impossible for him to instantly reveal it. The eyes of the masses are as clear as snow. For the sake of 10,000 taels of silver, is it really okay for you to do this? Chu Yang was still calmly waving the folding fan in his hand. He was extremely scholarly and elegant, and even more elegant. This time, he was elegant for too long. It was probably more than the sum of the previous times. I am bullying you. What can you do? Zhu Yu laughed coldly. Lowly commoner, this is the difference between you and me. Do you understand? He did not mince his words. He did not care about what others said. After all, this was something that everyone understood. Who did not? Therefore, she simply wanted to make Chu Yang angry and sullen. Chu Yang's poem was clearly better and more shocking, but he was still going to lose and be killed by her. Nothing could change. Chapter 22-30. Ha! Chu Yang waved his folding fan and chuckled. Qianzi and Viper, who were in the crowd, were even more certain that Lu Sunhuan was Chu Yang when they saw his signature chuckle. Have you heard of using virtue to convince people? Chu Yang smiled, even more calmly and elegantly. He even felt that he had the supreme elegance at this moment. Ma Kongquan's anger disappeared. Lu Sunhuan seemed to be very different from the rest. This bitch, he can show his face once. Show it to your heart's content. Li Dazhuang was really envious and jealous. Huh? Zhu Yu laughed out of anger. He didn't force Chu Yang anymore. The attendant behind him brought out a chair, and he sat on it. He sneered and said, "Lowly commoner, I want to see what kind of tricks a lowly person like you can play. I definitely have virtue, but I'm a little shy. I'm a little embarrassed to show my virtue." Chu Yang looked a little embarrassed. He said slowly, "Fortunately, I still have talent. I'll suffer a little and use it to convince people." His playfulness had already been revealed. Ma Kongquan had already sensed his character. He was definitely not a gentleman. Use it to convince people? Zhu Yu's eyes were like a viper's. He stared coldly at Chu Yang. "Lowly person, you still want to win? You're dreaming. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me later. Isn't it just making the Book of Songs appear? What's so hard about that?" What a big tone. This wasn't just the thought of the crowd. It was also Ma Kongquan's thought. Ma Kongquan's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. He wanted to see how Chu Yang could communicate with the Book of Songs in an instant and make it appear. "Everyone, there's a high-energy warning ahead. Please be prepared." When Chu Yang said this, he couldn't help but think of the parrot. He had once told the parrot that the high-energy warning system did not apply to him. Now that he had used it, the parrot would definitely spit at him. The central state is angry because of wind and thunder. 10,000 horses are silent. I advise Heaven Duke to be spirited and not stick to one pattern when it comes to talent. He waved his folding fan and leisurely walked forward. He shook his head and slowly recited. Magic energy surged out, and he wrote this poem in the air. Soon after, each word jumped and disappeared into the void. He was communicating with the Book of Songs. For other people, the Book of Songs would require a certain amount of time to accomplish, but Chu Yang was different. Destiny Twins, martial spirits. There was no need to say more about the Destiny Twins' martial spirit. Chu Yang had ripped off 2 pieces of meat from the god of the Central Continent as soon as he had entered the Central Continent. He had made the god of the Central Continent cry. So, wouldn't it be easy to communicate with the Book of Songs through it? At least, in Chu Yang's opinion, this was not a problem at all. It couldn't be any simpler. When he was reciting slowly, he had already secretly used the Destiny Twins' martial spirits. He waited for each word in the poem to disappear into the void. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder appeared behind him. A miniature image of the entire central state appeared. Among them, the Jin dynasty's temple was the most eye-catching, but it was dark. Soon after, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, wind, flowers, snow, rain, idyllic landscape, flowers, birds, fish, insects, the sun, the moon, the stars, and so on appeared one by one. After that, words jumped out one after another. They quickly converged and faintly formed the shape of an ancient book, but it was still very vague. The Book of Songs is the Book of Songs. The refugee can communicate with the Book of Songs in such a short time and make it appear? My God, how is this possible? Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. How did the refugees do it? If he did it, it would be a miracle, a legend of the Central State's literary path. Chapter 2231. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With an explosive bang, Zhu Yu suddenly shot up from her seat, causing the seat to shatter into pieces and fly everywhere. His loud roar suppressed all the voices of the crowd. It was as if his voice was as domineering as his body. Once he spoke, all voices had to submit and tremble in fear. However, at this moment, he was somewhat trembling. Naturally, it was not because of fear, but because of disbelief. His fury, resentment, viciousness, and brutality had all disappeared. Only his eyes were wide open and protruding, as well as his mouth that had formed in O shape, as if he could swallow the entire sky. This, Ma Kongquan's body also trembled. He looked in shock at the indistinct ancient book behind Chu Yang. Soon, the ancient book became clearer and clearer, and one figure after another appeared. It was as if all the literary sages had been alarmed and wanted to see Chu Yang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From where the ancient book was, ripples appeared in the air. The ancient book was completely stabilized, as if a real ancient book was floating there. Two clear ancient words appeared on it, the Book of Songs. The Book of Songs, it really is the Book of Songs. There's no mistake. The refugee actually did it. I'm afraid that among all the scholars, he is the one who can communicate with the Book of Songs in the shortest time. I'm not afraid. I'm sure of it. No one in the Central State could do what he did. He could communicate with the Book of Songs right away and make the Book of Songs completely reveal itself. The crowd was in an uproar. No wonder I thought he was a bit unrestrained and arrogant. He is indeed capable and not an ordinary person. Ma Kongquan sighed in amazement. He was also completely shocked. At this moment, he could not help but think of his past communication with the Book of Songs. While he was tempering himself on the martial path, he had also taken time to study the literary path. Although he did not put in all his effort, he had still spent a great deal of effort. Yet, it still took him nearly a year to communicate with the Book of Songs. This could be considered extremely fast. Communicating with the Book of Songs was definitely not easy. This can't be true. How could a lowly commoner be able to communicate with the Book of Songs in such a short period of time? Even those literary geniuses in the Central State couldn't do it. How could this lowly commoner do it? Zhu Yu's roar once again drowned out all other sounds. The anger and resentment in his voice were even more intense than the shock. Suddenly, he moved in front of Chu Yang and pointed directly at Chu Yang's nose. He said angrily, "Bastard, you've been able to communicate with the Book of Songs for a long time, but you pretended to be ignorant and amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, am I right?" He said it with absolute certainty. The crowd was once again in an uproar. What he said seemed to be the truth. If that was the case, then this refugee was very hypocritical and also very scheming. Li Dazhuang agreed with Zhu Yu's point of view. Chu Yang looked straight into Zhu Yu's eyes and laughed. So what if that's the case? I bully fools like you. Who's bullying who? Zhu Yu had just bullied him for not being able to communicate with the Book of Songs in a short period of time. But what about now? The tables had turned in the blink of an eye. Lowly commoner, I'm going to kill you. Pa! Zhu Yu seemed to have gone mad. His hand reached out, but just as it was about to grab Chu Yang's neck, his hand stopped midway. Chapter 2232. How can a scholar use his fists so casually? Are you really a scholar? You. Zhu Yu was on the verge of exploding in anger. Embarrassment surged from the bottom of her heart, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. You should learn your lesson. You can't throw away the face of a scholar all the time. As Chu Yang spoke, he suddenly exerted force. Ah! Zhu Yu screamed and cried out in pain. Tears immediately gushed out of her eyes. Tis! Chu Yang looked down on her and threw Zhu Yu away with a flick of his hand. This plaything was actually just a coward, not worth mentioning. He looked arrogant, but he was more fragile and cowardly than anyone else. He was probably relying on the strength of his family. Sleeping in spring without knowing the dawn, I hear birds chirping everywhere. Wind and rain come at night, I know how many flowers fall. At this moment, someone recited the 4 lines of the poem from the Book of Songs. Everyone was immediately shocked. Their gazes shifted from Chu Yang and Zhu Yu to the Book of Songs. When everyone looked over, the Book of Songs had already shown the scene of a spring morning. When they heard the joyous chirping of birds, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a nap. At first reading, it seems ordinary and nothing special. However, after reading it repeatedly, there's a world of difference within. Its charm does not lie in its words, but in its charm. It is natural and smooth, yet profound and unique. The Book of Songs began to comment. The entire place was silent as everyone listened quietly. If it is natural without charm, it will be shallow. If there are no ups and downs, it will lose its flatness. This poem has a leisurely and beautiful charm. The style of writing rises and falls without restraint, and the taste of poetry will last forever. In the Book of Songs, it seemed as if it was not a single person commenting, but many literary sages. They crossed eras and the river of time and space to comment on such a poem. Emotions are hidden outside the words, but the form overflows and the present is elegant. The poem is elegant, but it avoids the noble song. There were a lot of comments, and they were incessant. Exclamations of surprise came one after another. Everyone was waiting with rapt attention. Would the Book of Songs include such a poem in the Book of Songs? When the Book of Songs appeared, if it only showed an outline, it could be judged as a 9th-rank poem. If it showed a vague shadow, it would be an 8th-rank poem. If it was half real and half illusory, it would be a 7th-rank poem. If it was completely real, it would be a 6th-rank poem. Reciting the poem was the 5th rank, showing the scene depicted in the poem was the 4th rank, and commenting was the 3rd rank. In the 2nd rank, one would exclaim in admiration, and in the 1st rank, one would put the poem into the Book of Songs. According to the Book of Songs, the central state had already formed a clear hierarchy of poems. In Chu Yang's poem, the Book of Songs had already revealed its true form. It had also been recited by him, and the scenes in the poem had also appeared. The cries of comments and exclamations were even more numerous. Compared to what people knew, the Book of Songs had so many comments and exclamations. It was extremely rare. Therefore, many people believed that such a poem was very likely to be a 1st-rank poem and would be included in the Book of Songs. The waiting time was not long. Before the exclamations had ended, a word appeared on the Book of Songs: spring. The second word, sleep. After that, the entire poem, sleeping in spring, unaware of dawn, was vividly written on the paper. The Book of Songs also suddenly transformed into an eternal divine sun, shining brightly in midair, and a faint scent of ink pervaded the air. The scent of ink quickly spread out endlessly from the small town. Walala! Poems, calligraphy, paintings, and thousands of books also appeared at this time. Finally, it formed a flourishing age of literature in midair. It was indeed included. It's a 1st-rank poem, a genuine 1st-rank poem. A refugee actually made a 1st-rank poem. It really makes people doubt life. It's too unreal. Everything feels too unreal. It's too unreal. I actually witnessed the entire process of the birth of a 1st-rank poem. Who knows, when I go back, my son can also get some literary aura. Chapter 2233. Xu Yang was ignored. Zhu Yu was also ignored. Ma Kongquan was also completely ignored. His focus was different from the others. Although he was shocked that the Book of Songs had included Chu Yang's poem, he was even more shocked by the scene that the Book of Songs presented at the end. Literary flourishing. Ma Kongquan knew that not every 1st-grade poem will be able to display a flourishing literary style. Thus, the appearance of such a phenomenon left him a little dumbfounded. He seemed to know, but he also seemed to not know what it meant. Like Ma Kongquan, Zhu also knew this very well. The lowly commoner that he looked down on was 100 streets ahead of him in literary flourishing. He was completely crushed and became the lowly commoner's foil and stepping stone. Xu Yang was secretly wiping off his cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, no one noticed. He was referring to the poem at the end. Zhongzhou's anger relies on wind and thunder. 10,000 horses are silent. I advise the heavens to be spirited and not stick to one pattern when it comes to talent. This was a political poem. It was a description of the dead silence of the court. In order to change this decadent outlook, one must rely on a great power like wind and thunder. This poem was also a metaphor for the magnificent changes that must be experienced in order for the country to be full of vitality. It could be said that this was an allusion to the Jin dynasty of Zhongzhou. If he was investigated, he would definitely lose his head. Previously, he only wanted to use this sentence. I advise the heavens to be spirited and not stick to one pattern when it comes to talent. From this sentence, it could be deduced that the Book of Songs showed that it did not stick to one pattern when it comes to talent. However, he neglected other things and almost caused a big mess. Fortunately, most people were paying attention to the Spring Dawn poem. Uncultured people are really scary. Chuyang was wiping off his cold sweat. He secretly warned himself, next time, I have to be more careful. If it happens again, I'm afraid I won't be as lucky as this time. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from afar. It was as if the tremors of the heavens and earth could be felt from afar. Everyone was startled. They couldn't help but stop their astonishment and discussions as they looked towards the source of the sound. There was only one loud sound. After that, a black dot appeared in the distance. Then, that black dot turned into several black dots. In just the blink of an eye, those few black dots could be seen more clearly. A few people were flying towards here, and the sound of air breaking could be heard. Because the person was moving at an extremely fast speed, the wind that was stirred up also whistled past at this time. Soon, they could see more clearly. There were a total of 5 people. The one at the front was wearing an official's robe. He had a dignified face and an elegant temperament. Prefectural governor. The prefectural governor is here. County governor. Chuyang was also slightly surprised. He was actually quite familiar with this small town and did not know where he was in the central state. Naturally, he knew nothing about the so-called county governor. This is incredible. That refugee actually alarmed the county governor. What an honor it is for the county governor to come personally. A first-grade poem is simply too amazing. This is considered a major event in our Zhuangyuan County. Ever since the Zhuangyuan County governor, I don't think we have had such an honor. Amidst the hubbub, when everyone looked at the person who had arrived, their faces seemed to be filled with glory. Many of them also revealed a look of reminiscence. Isn't this causing trouble? Chuyang did not know who was unhappy, but he was extremely unhappy. He would rather the bullshit county governor not know about it than not come. Chapter 2234. Amidst Chu Yang's worries, the wind became even fiercer and fiercer as it swept past. At the same time, the 5 people who came from afar had arrived and landed on the field. Chuyang saw the county governor. He was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and eagle-like eyes that were extremely sharp. His facial features were regular, and there was a hint of fierceness in his scholarly elegance. As soon as he landed, his gaze swept across the field. With joy, he asked loudly, "In our Zhuangyuan County, who made a first-grade poem?" Him. The one called Lu Xiwenhuan. Immediately, many people pointed out Chuyang. "It's you?" The Zhuangyuan County governor's sharp gaze instantly fell on Chuyang. As soon as he saw Chuyang's dignified appearance, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and his fondness for him increased. "I'm just a commoner." Chuyang could only salute and say, "I've made a fool of myself in front of the county governor. What kind of poem did you make that it could be included in the Book of Songs?" This is the first time in our Zhuangyuan County. The county governor's words and expression were filled with joy, and the people behind him were also somewhat eager. "Where's the poem? Let us have a look." "Not bad, not bad. Let's not talk about other things first. No matter how good a first-grade poem is, we must have a look first. Not to mention a first-grade poem, I haven't even made a third-grade poem. If I can have a look at a first-grade poem, I will have no regrets, even if I die." Was it that serious? Chuyang, the county governor of Zhuangyuan County, smiled at Chuyang and said, "What's wrong? Can we take a look?" "County governor, you must be joking." Chuyang hurriedly said, "The poem hasn't been written yet. I will read it to you. Sleeping in spring without knowing the dawn, I hear birds singing everywhere, the sound of wind and rain at night. I know how many flowers fall." As soon as Chuyang finished speaking, one of the 5 people immediately said in surprise, "Such a poem can be evaluated as a first-grade poem. It's really a bit surprising. It seems that we have yet to discover the subtleties within." That's right. We're just a bunch of inexperienced people. Don't rush to make a judgment. Otherwise, we'll be laughed at by others. The 5 of them immediately began to ponder as if no one else was around. After a while, the county governor's eyes lit up. He said in surprise. This poem captures the moment of waking up in the morning, but it doesn't spread out. It only reveals his feelings to people and leads them to the path of his feelings. Then it leaves them alone. Immediately, the person on the county governor's left nodded and said, "That's right. What's left is for someone to enrich and supplement his thoughts." As for the scenes, he only chose one side of spring. Another person nodded in agreement and said, "Spring has enchanting colors and intoxicating fragrance." He didn't write about any of them, but only wrote about the sound of spring from the perspective of hearing. The chirping of birds everywhere, the whistling of the wind and rain. The sound of the birds was melodious, pleasing to the ear, and beautiful. The words everywhere rose and fell, echoing far and near, making people feel as if they were in the mountains, overwhelmed. The spring wind and the spring rain sprinkled. But in the quiet spring night, this rustling sound also made people think of the dreamy mood and the new beauty of the flowers after the drizzle. The county governor of Zhongyuan County couldn't help but sigh. The greatest beauty of this poem is that it makes people imagine and appreciate the spring scenery of the birds and flowers, creating a great resonance. What's even more difficult is that this poem is so natural, as if it was born by heaven and earth. No wonder it was evaluated as a first-grade poem. Chapter 2235. What's your name? The county governor of Zhuangyuan County suddenly spoke to Chu Yang out of the taste of poetry. The other four people immediately stopped their discussion. The county governor of Zhuangyuan County, they also seem to be completely fascinated by this poem. This can't be better. Chu Yang felt a little relieved. He bowed and said, "I'm Lu Xuanhuan. Greetings to the county governor and all of you." He didn't leave any of the five people behind. He bowed to each of them one by one. "Your poem is catchy and will definitely spread all over the world. Even children will know about it. From this, I can almost conclude that this poem will be passed down through the ages." The county governor stroked his beard and asked with a smile, "Therefore, I'm very curious. Under what circumstances did you create such a poem?" As he spoke, he glanced at the sky and smiled at Chu Yang. "You should know that this is not the early morning in your poem. Of course. You can't miss this opportunity. When did you create such a poem? It has a lot of value to ponder." The four people at the side echoed again and again. "It's a long story." Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "But it's simple. I just came to Zhongzhou from the East Continent. I don't have a literary position, but I presume to call myself a scholar." "You're from the East Continent?" Before Chu Yang finished speaking, the county governor of Zhuangyuan County stopped stroking his beard and said in surprise, "Yes, I'm indeed from the East Continent." The county governor of Zhuangyuan County was even more surprised. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yang again. It could be said that he really didn't expect this. "You claim to be a scholar. Is there someone who wants to make things difficult for you?" Chu Yang immediately replied, "As you said, it's true. I have no choice but to protect myself. I have to prove that I'm a scholar. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Such a poem was actually born because of this. The five people were shocked again. Then they thought again. If this boy in front of them made a poem under better circumstances, wouldn't the poem be even more amazing? "How dare you?" The county chief of Scholar County was instantly enraged. He released a burst of pressure that swept out like a storm. Immediately, everyone found it hard to breathe. Many people even knelt on the ground. Chu Yang was also caught off guard. He bent his knees and almost knelt down. He was extremely shocked. The cultivation of the earthly emperor realm? How could a mere prefectural governor possess the cultivation of the earthly emperor realm? The pressure that the other party suddenly released was at least a level higher than that of a sage. The county chief of Scholar Commandery realized that he had lost his composure and immediately retracted his imposing manner. He looked at Chu Yang angrily and asked, "Which one is it?" Chu Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lord County Governor, it's just a small matter." "Humph, lowly commoner, I won't accept your kindness." Zhu Yu snorted and glared at Chu Yang. She then walked out and bowed to the county governor of Champion County. "Greetings, Uncle Yi." "Uncle, Chu Yang exclaimed in his heart. Luckily, I didn't pull this thing out just now. As for the county governor of Champion County, how could he not know who she was at this time? He looked at Zhu Yu with disgust. This is actually the happiest time I've ever seen you. How could Zhu Yu not understand? If it wasn't for him, how could that lowly commoner create a poem? Damn lowly commoner. He gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to trample on the lowly commoner for fun. Who would have thought that the lowly commoner would trample on him and make a name for himself? You still don't know your mistake. The county chief of Scholar Commandery rebuked angrily. It was obvious that he knew Zhu Yu very well. It also directly showed how close he was with Zhu Yu's father. I know my mistake. Chapter 2236. Only then did the county governor of Zhuangyuan County stop. Greetings, Uncle Yi. After Zhu Yu, Ma Kongquan also bowed to the county governor of Zhuangyuan County. Good. Unlike Zhu Yu, the county governor of Zhuangyuan County seemed to be very fond of Ma Kongquan. Seeing Ma Kongquan's smiling face, Zhu Yu felt even more resentful. After that, Ma Kongquan narrated the story between Chu Yang and Zhu Yu. It could be said that he was eloquent and described Zhu Yu's viciousness with great depth. Chu Yang's shocking abilities were also magnified. When they found out that Chu Yang could instantly communicate with the Book of Songs, the county governor of Zhuangyuan County exclaimed in disbelief. On the other hand, Chu Yang only smiled bashfully at the side. Not only did Zhu Yu lose 10,000 silver to Chu Yang, but he also had to apologize to Chu Yang in the end. He hated all 18 generations of Chu Yang's ancestors and even hated those surnamed Liu. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Chu Yang's surname wasn't Liu at all. The 5 county governors of Zhuangyuan County, Chu Yang, Ma Kongquan, and the others found a place to chat. During this time, Chu Yang had seen many strange things. He was witty and humorous, often causing the others to burst into laughter. Chu Yang also learned about the current situation from them. Not all refugees were evil. That portion was only a minority. For example, Chu Yang, after entering Zhuangyuan County, he settled down in Zhuangyuan County. The reason why Zhuangyuan County was called Zhuangyuan County was because a Zhuangyuan appeared here 100 years ago. There was another reason. This Zhuangyuan died in the battle between the heavenly soul world and the God's world while trying to stop the God's world's conspiracy. Therefore, the Jin dynasty posthumously conferred him the title after his death. That was how Zhuangyuan County got its name. The town that Chu Yang was in was the town where the Zhuangyuan County governor lived. This town was called Little Eastern Town. Although it was an insignificant town in Zhuangyuan County, it was very famous. There were also many important people in the town. Ma Kongquan and Zhu Yu's family were 2 examples. Chu Yang naturally knew the name of Zhuangyuan County governor of Zhuangyuan County. Yi Boren, nephew Liu, with your knowledge, you don't need to wait for the imperial court imperial examinations. You can go and take the Hall of Literature examination and obtain you. In the end, the few of them became even closer. After laughing and chatting, Yi Boren and the other 4 left. Ma Kongquan found an excuse to leave with them. All up, Chu Yang looked in the direction of Yi Boren's departure as he stroked his chin and muttered to himself. The so-called One Palace was specially set up by the Jin dynasty. The imperial examinations of the Jin dynasty were conducted by the One Palace. There is a special examination in the Hall of Literature. If one passed the examination, they could directly obtain you without waiting for the imperial examinations. On the other side, after Ma Kongquan County Governor and Zhuangyuan County Governor left Chu Yang's line of sight, Ma Kongquan County Governor immediately said to Yi Boren, Uncle Yi, there is something I didn't say. When Liu Xuanhuan activated the Book of Songs, there was a scene of a flourishing age of literature. He then asked, Uncle, what does this flourishing age of literature represent? When the 4 words flourishing age of literature entered Yi Boren's ears, he couldn't believe it at first. When he heard Ma Kongquan County Governor's question, he was so shocked that he fell from the sky. Ma Kongquan County Governor was stunned. Nephew, what did you say? A flourishing age of literature. Yi Boren didn't care about his embarrassing appearance. He anxiously asked for confirmation. Yes. Are you sure? I am very sure. Ma Kongchuan County Governor said with incomparable certainty. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be false? After the extreme shock, Yi Boren said in a serious voice, I saw a record in an ancient book. When a flourishing age of literature appears, that person is very likely to open another era of literature. At that time, poetry, calligraphy, and painting will all become techniques. What? The era of literature. Chapter 22:37. Flowing water, small bridge, people. This was originally the home of a family in Little Eastern Town. This family had already moved away for a better future, and the new owner had already moved in. Naturally, the owner was only one person. Behind him was a burly man who didn't appreciate this place at all. Therefore, the burly man kept chattering on the side, saying that he didn't need to buy a fart house, that he needed to do his own laundry and cook, and that he needed to buy firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and so on. However, the owner seemed to be deaf and didn't hear anything. The owner was naturally Chu Yang, and the burly man was naturally Li Dazhuang. After the excitement passed, everything returned to normal. No matter how amazing the previous performance was, everything would become history in the end. Chu Yang instantly activated the Book of Songs. This was already over, and everything had just begun. Chu Yang liked this house very much. It made him feel like he had returned to the real world and could get close to the most ordinary life. Unfortunately, Shang Wanlan wasn't by his side, and she was just a burly man. 10,000 taels of silver was enough for many people in Little Eastern Town to live for a lifetime. Naturally, he could buy a lot of things. Not only did Chu Yang buy a house, he also bought a lot of books. It seemed like he had bought all the books in Little Eastern Town. In the end, Chu Yang only had 1,000 taels of silver on him. The chattering Li Dazhuang was quickly sent flying by Chu Yang's kick. The world completely returned to silence. The silence after the hustle and bustle could easily make people feel lonely. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to feel lonely. The literary path had already been proven to be of great use in the Central State. The word scholar was also very valuable. His heavenly spirit world doppelganger, God's world doppelganger, celestial demon doppelganger, metal, wood, water, fire, earth doppelganger, metal, wood, water, fire, earth doppelganger. Chu Yang used all of them to crazily read the books he bought. He wanted to understand the situation of the Central Plains Wen Dao as soon as possible. Not only the Analects of Confucius, but also the great learning and the doctrine of the mean. Within a short period of time, Chu Yang found that there were many similarities with the names of the sages from his previous life. However, the names of the sages were completely different. While he was surprised, he also felt that it was very novel. 14 doppelgangers. Including the original body, there were a total of 15 people. The efficiency was extremely high. After reading all the books, Chu Yang had a general understanding of the Central Plains Wen Dao. The literary standard of the Central Province was roughly the same as that of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties in his previous life. Although there was no rise and fall of the country, many of the stories were very similar to those in his previous life, which made Chu Yang very happy. Isn't it the same as learning and practicing? Isn't it a pleasure to have friends from afar? A man who does not know but does not feel agitated, is he not a gentleman? Clever words and charming expressions, Xian Jiren. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Are you disloyal for the sake of others? Your friends but don't trust them? Do you want to learn it? A gentleman does not ask for food to be full, nor does he ask for security in his residence. He is sensitive to matters but cautious with his words. He is righteous in his Tao. It can be said that he is eager to learn. Soon after, the sound of reading rang out. There were a total of 15 voices mixed together. Although they were reading from different books, they looked like a school. As they read aloud and recited, many of the things that Chu Yang had forgotten suddenly jumped out of his mind. Some of them were completely remembered, but some of them were still ambiguous. He also felt as if he had returned to his time as a student. He couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. The memories of his previous life and this life constantly intertwined. At the back, Chu Yang studied all the poems, calligraphy, painting, zither, chess, and scriptures. The 15 doppelgangers were extremely busy, sharpening one spear at the last minute. Even if it wasn't fast, it would still shine. Chapter 2238. With such diligence, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Dazhuang, who had been kicked out, went to the refugee camp to experience, and then came back to find Chu Yang with a drooping head. Ma Kongquan also often came to chat with him. He also heard how Zhu Yu was going to take revenge on him. But apart from these things, there was nothing else. Chu Yang's days were extremely monotonous. Of course, the results were very obvious. Apart from the fact that he had 15 doppelgangers, he already had a foundation. With this, his progress was extremely fast. When he wrote a good calligraphy, he couldn't help but wonder if his hand was himself. What did it do? After he painted a landscape painting, his level seemed to be on par with the ancient painters. He seriously suspected that he had missed something in his previous life. He seemed to be very talented in painting, but why did he feel that he couldn't do it in his previous life? When he played a melodious song with the guqin, he felt that not only should he be a painter in his previous life, he should also be a singer, a capable singer. Look at the song he played, how ancient and how pleasant it was. The so-called singing was equivalent to killing. That was definitely slander, a serious slander. That person had ruined his beautiful and brilliant life in his previous life. Because of this, Chu Yang howled incessantly. Later on, when he was proficient in everything and proficient in everything, whether it was historians or military strategists, he realized that he was nothing but a dog's fart. The reason why he could be like this was purely due to the change in his martial arts. It was enough to say one thing: spiritual power. With his saint-level spiritual power, he learned everything too quickly and too easily. Chu Yang himself returned to his original form, and his little pride disappeared. He also became more diligent and hardworking. Those things in the central province, which one of them had poor martial arts cultivation, which one of them had poor spiritual power. On the 31st day, he felt that there was a warm current in his body from time to time, but it was quickly suppressed by something inexplicable. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but on the 33rd day, that warm current finally couldn't be suppressed and quickly flowed around his body. In such a situation, he naturally had to take a look. When he saw that there were many pure and holy filaments within his body, like tree roots, continuously growing within his flesh, he could not help but feel a wave of bewilderment. What the hell is this? He really couldn't understand. Could it be a rule? But what rule is this? Chu Yang's physical body had become a deity. After going through such a stage, he was very familiar with the lines of law. The thin strands that appeared in front of him were roughly the same as the original lines of law. When Tao rule line, after carefully comprehending, pondering, and recalling what he had done recently, he immediately came up with a conjecture. The reason for such a change in his body was definitely because he had done something before. Tracing back like this, the answer was on the verge of being revealed. However, did the literary Tao also have its own rules? Could it also form lines of rules? Furthermore, with his current level of Wen Dao, would he be able to produce Wen Dao's lines of law? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But what exactly is this? While Chu Yang was puzzled, the Destiny Twins' martial spirits suddenly moved. The world formed by the 21 souls was like a star, following along his spine, forming a line. After that, the scene of a primitive society appeared in the first world. Following that, the slave societies of Xia, Shang, Western Zhou, Spring, and Autumn, the establishment and initial development of feudal society, the warring states Qin Han, as well as the division of feudal society and the great integration of ethnic groups, the three kingdoms, the two Jin dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties all appeared one by one. Chapter 2239. At the same time, The holy threads in his flesh and blood grew and extended even faster. Soon, they covered his entire body. His entire body became bright and translucent. Rays of holy white light shone, making him look incomparably holy. The ancient history of my previous life. Chu Yang stared at everything in the world and compared them. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sui and Tang. 5 dynasties, Liao, Song, Xia, Jin, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. After that, the prosperous Sui and Tang dynasties. The further strengthening of ethnic integration. The 5 dynasties, Liao, Song, Xia, Jin, Yuan, as well as the Ming and Qing dynasties, which unified many ethnic groups and gradually declined, also appeared one by one. What's going on? Why did the history of my previous life appear in the heavenly soul realm one by one? What does this have to do with the literary path of the central continent? Buzz, buzz, buzz. While Chu Yang was stunned by all of this, his lower abdomen also trembled violently. It was as if a star was moving, and as if a gate had been opened, the long river of history surged out. In an instant, on his 2-dimensional grotto heaven coordinates, along the horizontal line, the ancient history of his previous life appeared one by one. It was really like a long river of history, recording every historical stage and dynasty. Why did such a change suddenly happen? Could it be that the literary path of the central continent is hiding a great secret? Is all of this because of my hard work? Chu Yang couldn't find north at all. Countless question marks appeared and occupied his entire mind. He was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he killed Beigong Bawang and the other 3 saints in the East Continent. The saint source energy he obtained was rapidly being consumed. The world formed by the 21 souls and the 2-dimensional grotto heaven coordinates each consumed 2 saint source energy. Along with the growth of countless threads, his entire body was completely wrapped by the threads. Soon, he turned into a cocoon of light. What shocked him the most was that not only did the ancient history of his previous life appear one by one, but poems, paintings, articles, books, and so on corresponding to each dynasty were also born one by one and appeared in front of him. Since all of this has happened, there must be a reason. I won't pursue this for now. Let's feel it carefully. Maybe I'll know the answer. Chu Yang calmed down and carefully sensed and comprehended. Soon, he entered a strange state of mind. He forgot about everything and entered a state of enlightenment. In such a state, everything happened even faster. His body became even more dazzling, and the holy light he emitted became even more intense. It was dazzling and glaring, and the light cocoon was like a sun that had fallen from the heavens to the mortal world. The entire little eastern town lit up, as if it had turned into a heavenly kingdom, a world of light. Rumble. In the sky, it was as if the thunder god had suddenly paid a visit to little eastern town. After the world shook, that inexplicable sound also resounded. It seemed to be the sound of reading, but it also seemed to be the sound of the great path. Many strange phenomena appeared one after another and quickly attracted the attention of the people of Little Eastern Town. Then they were all shaken and cried out in surprise. It was a complete uproar. What happened? Why is the sky suddenly so bright? There were also many people who were alarmed. That location seems to be where the refugee is. Chu Yang had been in Little Eastern Town for more than a month. Because of the previous incident, he had attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, at this time, someone said this. That's right. Didn't they all say that the refugee bought a house there? If that's the case, then all of these strange phenomena were caused by the refugee. Let's go and take a look. Won't we know? Why are we still guessing? That's right. The people of Little Eastern Town began to rush towards Chu Yang's location. Soon, they converged into a flood and completely submerged the small bridge and the flowing water. Lu Sun Huan, it really was Lu Sun Huan. Chapter 2240. Light, a dazzling yet gentle light, completely submerged that part of the world. The small bridge, the flowing water, and the people were all gone, disappearing into the endless light. The people from Little Eastern Town who had gathered here were also submerged in the light. They all retreated one after another and looked at the place from afar. No one knew what was happening, and no one knew what was in that endless light. The noisiest voice rang out again. Many people couldn't help but ask the questions in their hearts. What is Lu Xuanhuan doing? Is he cultivating? If he is cultivating, why can't I feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy or magical power? Could it be that he is studying? That's impossible. Strange, this is really strange. Xiao, 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 xiao. Bursts of air-piercing sounds came from afar, one after another. These people were all martial artists. At this moment, they were also completely alarmed. What is Lu Xuanhuan doing again? Li Dazhuang, who was working hard to get rid of Chu Yang as soon as possible and go to the brothel, sensed the strange phenomenon at the first moment, but he held it in. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and rushed back. Ma Kongquan also came. He was naturally very concerned about Chu Yang's matter. Of course, Zhu also came. How could such a thing happen without her? Qianzi and Viper had been hiding and waiting. At this moment, they also came. Even though they were cautious and stayed far away from Chu Yang, everything they saw still shocked them. Wild dog, could it be that he has made another shocking breakthrough? Rumble. In the sky, a loud rumble sounded like thunder, but it wasn't thunder. Accompanied by such a loud sound, it was as if the curtain of an era was lifted. A world appeared in midair, and within it, a scene appeared. It seemed to be an ape that slowly walked upright. Only then did everyone realize that it was a human. Does this mean that a human is transformed from an ape? Everyone had a different understanding of the scene in the sky. Someone opened his mouth and said his guess. Are you kidding? How can a human be transformed from an ape? Isn't this a joke? Then how do you think a human is formed? Such a question quickly spread. In midair, the scenes in the illusory world were constantly changing. Drilling wood to make fire, using fire to drive away beasts, preserving the fire seed, all sorts of scenes appeared. A scene of primitive human society unfolded in front of everyone. Unfortunately, no one could agree with such a primitive society, and no one could agree that humans were transformed from apes. Humans were born as humans, so how could they have evolved? This was definitely a fallacy. This was what almost everyone was thinking. Li Dazhuang was full of disdain. Lu Xiaobei, is his ancestor a beast? Just a beast? You actually came up with such a bullshit. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Haha, lowlife is indeed a lowlife. He's not even a lowlife, he's a beast. Zhu Yu and Li Dazhuang had the same thoughts, but the difference was that Zhu Yu was full of sarcasm and malice. Ma Kongquan did not speak. Although he did not understand everything in front of him, he did not think that Chu Yang was doing something meaningless. Look, the Book of Songs has appeared. The arithmetical classic has also appeared. The Book of CI, the Book of Painting, the Book of Qin, the Book of History, the Book of War, and so on have all appeared. All sorts of literature have appeared. Chapter 2241. Not only that, but more and more scenes appeared in the illusory world, and they became faster and faster. People were dazzled. Fireworks lingered in the air. Every time they saw a scene clearly, it would change into another one. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Shang Kingdom. The Yellow Emperor's internal canon. During this period, there were all kinds of voices. What they shouted were all the scenes they saw in the illusory world. First in learning, Confucius and the 10 wise men of Confucius. Ziyuan, Ziqian, Boniyu, Zhonggong, Ziyu, Zigong, Zilu, Ziwa, Ziyu, and Zixiao also appeared one by one. Their voices kept coming from that world. Isn't it pleasant to learn and practice it? Isn't it pleasant to have friends from afar? Isn't it a gentleman to not be angry despite not knowing? He is also filial, and it is rare to offend his superiors. It is not good to offend his superiors, but it is good to cause trouble. A gentleman takes care of the root, and the root is the Tao. Filial piety is the root of benevolence. The Analects of Confucius. When Ma Kongquan saw this, he was shocked. Brother Liu, do you think that the Analects of Confucius was not written by Qin Sheng, but by Confucius? In Zhongzhou, although it was generally accepted that the Analects of Confucius was written by Qin Sheng, it was not completely confirmed because there was too little evidence. And the conclusion that the Analects of Confucius was written by Qin Sheng was only obtained from a few words. To the scholars of Zhongzhou, the author of the Analects of Confucius was still a mystery. Bastard, the Analects of Confucius was written by Qin Sheng. How dare you blaspheme Qin Sheng? You deserve to die. Zhu Yu was different from Ma Kongquan. He directly put a big hat on Chu Yang. His intentions were vicious. Once the scholars of Zhongzhou knew, they would definitely attack him. The people were also shocked and exploded into a shocking uproar. Those who know me are called the spring and autumn annals. Those who do not know me are guilty of the spring and autumn annals. Confucius traveled around the countries and wrote the spring and autumn annals and many other books. Those pictures also appeared in front of everyone one by one, explaining everything clearly. Most importantly, the origin of Confucianism was thoroughly explained. Zhu Yu immediately went silent. That lowlife had a complete set of theories and was suddenly not afraid of debating. If he took a step further and attracted the attention of the scholars of Central State, they might not be able to frame that lowlife and might even increase his fame again. He had already done such a stupid thing once. He definitely didn't want to do it a second time, but it seemed that he had already done it. Ma Kongquan didn't notice Zhu Yu at all. His eyes were filled with shock. The origin of every civilization was too important, and it would be a great contribution to clear it all up. Therefore, he once again thought of the scene of the flourishing age of Wendao, and thought of what Yi Bourne had said. Chu Yang was very likely to be the founder of the new era of Wendao. At this moment, connecting the scenes in front of him, everything seemed to be developing in that direction. After that, the seven kingdoms, Qin, Han, Wei, and Jin dynasties all appeared. However, everything after that became very blurry. It was impossible to see the scene, but it was constantly evolving. This continued for a whole 3 days. During these 3 days, the people of Little Eastern Town lived in the light, completely losing the darkness. Of course, they also had to make a living, so they naturally couldn't pay attention to Chu Yang. Only Ma Kongquan didn't leave from the beginning to the end. Li Dazhu was also generally there. In the afternoon of the 36th day, when the light disappeared and the world returned to normal, the people of Little Eastern Town immediately knew that Chu Yang must have finished. Many people rushed over again. Chapter 2242. Brother Liu. Originally, Ma Kongquan had many questions in his heart and was eager to know the answers. But the moment he rushed in, he saw Chu Yang standing there in a daze, as if he couldn't understand what was going on at all. Thus, he instantly held back his question. Lu Wei, what are you doing? Don't you know what you've done is inhumane? Because of you, Little Eastern Town has already lost its night. Just this point alone is a great sin. Li Dazhuang didn't have any hesitation. He opened his mouth and went all out. And with this roar, Chu Yang was directly roared back, but he didn't make a sound immediately. His body had become a godhead, and because of the law of Wendao, his body seemed to be strengthened again, but he wasn't sure. Whether it was the heavenly spirit world's martial Dao system or the myriad god world's martial Dao system, there was a new system that could rival the two. Wendao seemed to be able to display the same power as the martial Dao. That wasn't all. Chu Yang's body had changed a lot, and Li Dazhuang couldn't figure it out. Lu Wei, you know you're wrong. Kneel down. Li Dazhuang roared again. Speaking of kneeling down, he was full of scars and tears. It could be said that he was not lightly dealt with by Chu Yang. That villain Lu was more shameless, treacherous, unreasonable, and violent than him. Impudent. A little servant dares to shout at his master? Li Dazhuang, you're rebelling. Kneel down now, or you'll be alerted. Chu Yang retaliated. In an instant, Li Dazhuang, who had a look of disdain on his face, who thought that as long as he had money in his pocket, he would not panic. Li Dazhuang, who was no longer a hero, suddenly felt a strange force acting on his body. He was caught off guard and fell to his knees with a plop. What was going on? Li Dazhuang became a fool in an instant. Chu Yang was also stunned. looking at the big guy kneeling on the ground. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Strange things happen every year, but this year seems to be especially strange. Li Dazhuang, don't you have one tail of silver under your knees?" "One tail of silver?" Li Dazhuang instantly cried out in grief. "Uncle Li, my gold is gone again. Lu Wei, give me back my gold." "Kneel." With a thud, Li Dazhuang felt as if he had heard an imperial edict. Under the influence of that inexplicable force, he knelt down again. This time, his eyes widened as he looked at Chu Yang in astonishment. Ma Kongquan was also completely shocked. This seemed to be the law of the sage, but Chu Yang had not reached the sage realm yet. Chu Yang was also puzzled and said to Li Dazhuang, "I said you're a mongrel." "I'm a dog." "She said you're a turtle." "I'm a tortoise." "She said you are a pig." "I'm a pig." Chu Yang's mouth twitched. Li Dazhuang, tortoises, turtles, dogs, pigs, chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and all sorts of other animals were made. He even tried to imitate a puppy. After barking for a while, he knocked his head against the wall and stripped himself naked again. He had nothing left to live for. At this time, not only was Chu Yang certain, but Ma Kongquan and Li Dazhuang were also certain. The law of the sage realm. It was too shocking, too frightening. He could actually act like a sage without reaching the sage realm. "Go away, all of you. Let me find a corner and quietly show my IQ." Chu Yang's brain was about to turn into paste, and he opened his mouth. Ma Kongquan and Li Dazhuang had no choice but to do as they were told and leave immediately. When that kind of strange power broke out again, Chu Yang followed this kind of feeling because of the accumulation of many previous experiences. He looked for the vein and carefully comprehended. Suddenly, he probed into the rules of the Tao and suddenly realized the power of the Tao. This is the suppression of the Tao. Li Dazhuang, that trash, can only obediently follow orders because of his great knowledge of words. "Gentleman Ma, stop right there." With a loud boom, he rushed out and said to Ma Kongquan, "Are you going to be a sissy for this prodigy?" Ma Kongquan was already in a state of shock, but when he heard those words, he felt an immense force acting on his body. He could not help but raise his lotus finger and let out a shrill voice like a woman. It was a little coquettish. Chu Yang had goosebumps all over. Chapter 2243. Hee hee, it seems that not only can I bully illiterates, I can also bully cultured people. Literary Tao was not simple. After Chu Yang was enlightened, he was overjoyed. Geniuses are not scary. What's scary is that geniuses are cultured, wahaha. He laughed wildly. He finally understood the gist of it. There are many ways to make people kneel. It could be threats, coercion, enticement, or exchange of benefits, etc. The same was true for the way to make people kneel. Martial Tao was not the only way. There were other ways. If the reason why saints were able to make their martial Tao was because their martial Tao was recognized by heaven and earth, then Chu Yang's was because his literary Tao was recognized by heaven and earth. The reason why saints were able to do this was because their cultivation was higher than most people. The reason why Chu Yang was able to do this was also because of the same reason. His literary Tao was much higher than most people. The literary Tao of the central region was too weak. Chu Yang's literary Tao was already comparable to a martial Tao saint. In other words, the literary Tao could also possess heaven-shaking power. It could also be used to fight and kill. Who said that literati did not use violence? It was only because they had not reached the stage of fighting. Chu Yang was also laughing crazily. In his previous life, he had only studied for a few years. He was definitely not a literati. Poems and so on were forgotten. He was definitely at the level of trash. However, in the heavenly spirit world, he was not only a literati, he was also using literature to suppress others. If literary Tao could have the same power as martial Tao, everything would be easy to explain. His destiny twin martial spirits had brought him into the world of literary Tao. Thus he obtained the secrets of literary Tao. This great genius is laughing to death. Chu Yang laughed crazily for a while. Seeing Ma Kongquan and Li Dazhuang looking at each other, he immediately ordered them one by one. Idiotly, why are you still not worshipping? This sage will teach you how to write big words. Gentleman Ma, why are you still not here to ask for advice? Show me your ignorance. Literary sage. Although Li Dazhuang and Ma Kongquan were unhappy, it seemed to be the truth. Ma Kongquan sighed with emotion. More than a month ago, Yi Boren had said that Chu Yang might very well be the person who opened up a new era of the One Tao. The One Tao was just like the martial path, possessing the ability to flip the heavens and overturn the earth. At that time, he couldn't believe it, but in the blink of an eye, it became reality. Brother Liu, why don't you try and see how powerful One Tao is? Ma Kongquan was looking forward to it, and so was Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not answer. He immediately spat out a word. Mountain. Rumble. The void shook violently. Soon after, a towering mountain formed in midair. It was as if a giant beast had emerged from the void. It covered the sky and cast an enormous shadow. As it shook, rubble rolled down from the peak of the towering mountain. The rumbling sound was terrifying. Dong! As soon as the mountain landed, the earth shook violently. Endless smoke and dust soared into the sky. It was as if the mountains were shrouded in fog all year round. Immediately, the towering mountain was also shrouded in clouds and fog. It's really possible. It's really done. Ma Kongquan still felt like it was a dream. The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky and flows to the sea, never to return. Chu Yang tried again and chanted this sentence. Above the void, a huge river seemed to have come from the depths of space and time. It surged in midair and poured down in torrents. The wind blows and the water turns cold. The hero leaves and never returns. The autumn wind was blowing, the autumn was cold, and the surroundings were bleak. The north wind was whistling, and the yellow leaves were dancing in the cold wind. A big river was splashing and flowing. Chapter 2244. Jingku assassinated the Qin emperor. Jingku was like that. Chu Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the mountains that Wen Dao had conjured were majestic, they weren't real enough. There were no plants, birds, or beasts. The river that he had conjured, as well as the image of Jingku, were huge, but the power wasn't concentrated enough and was rather scattered. Wen Dao's techniques were slightly inferior to martial arts. If he was in the Nirvana realm, his techniques in martial arts would have the power of the Nirvana realm, while Wen Dao would have the power of the peak of the Transcendence realm. However, Wen Dao's techniques were released at a faster speed. What Chu Yang couldn't understand was that Wen Dao was the same as martial arts. It also consumed spiritual power. Spiritual power should be unique to martial arts, but this wasn't the case. Let the ghosts research this. My head hurts a little. Chu Yang temporarily gave up on investigating the reason. Like a child trying out a new toy, he tried out many of Wen Dao's techniques and had a lot of fun. He also discovered more shocking aspects of Wen Dao. For example, it was easier to use space-time techniques when using the Shi family, which was above Wen Dao. He kept experimenting. Ma Kongquan and Li Dazhuang watched and listened silently. They were silent for a long time. They only reacted when Chu Yang stopped, but they didn't know what to say. Everything had exceeded their brain capacity. As for congratulating, Li Dazhuang didn't want to. Ma Kongquan's mind was a mess. He realized that the changes and effects of such a discovery were extremely far-reaching and would turn the world upside down. Therefore, he had stopped everyone from approaching. He had been thinking about those so-called important matters. He had been in a daze. When he left, he didn't even say goodbye to Chu Yang. "You are a scholar. Why don't you go to the brothel?" With great difficulty, Li Dazhuang managed to squeeze out such a genteel sentence. But this was the only thing he could think of. Everything had nothing to do with him. So, he took advantage of Chu Yang's happy mood to say such a sentence. Perhaps he could still go to the brothel. "I am a prodigy. I only go to the 9 heavens." Bullshit. Li Dazhuang's saliva sprayed directly onto Chu Yang's face. "Don't think that I don't know. Recently, I've been studying scholars. You scholars are the most self-righteous. Don't think that I don't know." Yang looked at Lida Zhuang's face. This humble one had done his homework. He proudly said, "I am a romantic, so why should I call myself a romantic?" After he finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and left. There weren't many people like Ma Kongquan in the little eastern town, or rather, Ma Kongquan was the only one. After all, who would have thought that the literary path could go hand in hand with the martial path? Therefore, the matter quickly faded away. However, the people of Little Eastern Town respected Yang even more. Another 3 days passed, and after these 3 days of comprehension, Yang realized that the literary Tao and the martial Tao did not conflict, and both could be used at the same time. The simplest example would be when he punched out with both his fist and his fist, and the power of the punch was twice as strong as before. According to this calculation, Yang's combat power had doubled, and this greatly shocked the Ice Koan. On the 4th day, Yi Boran, the governor of Zhuangyuan County, sent a letter asking Yang to go to the capital of Zhuangyuan County. Yang felt that passing the examination of the literary palace and obtaining the scholar position was already a cinch. Moreover, he had stayed in Little Eastern Town for a long time, so he gladly went. Li Dazhuang did not leave with Yang. He felt that he was not ready. If he rashly followed, he would only be humiliated. Therefore, Yang naturally did not insist. He could play around, but he could not get involved in some important personal decisions. Chapter 2245. In the dark, Qianzi and Viper, who had been watching Yang, finally let out a long sigh of relief when they saw him leave. The two of them were afraid that Yang would notice them, so they didn't dare to get too close. Therefore, they didn't know about Yang's literary skills. However, they knew that Yang had made great progress in the past month. Every time Yang improved, they would be in more danger. Naturally, they didn't want to see this. Therefore, they saw Yang's rapid progress every day, but didn't know the details. Naturally, the pressure in their hearts increased little by little. That dog has finally left. Viper looked in the direction Yang left. As if relieved of a heavy burden, he let out a long sigh. Then he said, "It's time for us to make a move." They had waited for too long. If they waited any longer, they would probably lose their patience first. "Is it still up to us?" Qianzi said bluntly. "I'm very uneasy. I've always felt that we might fail this time." Viper actually had the same feeling, but he wasn't as honest as Qianzi. He also didn't want to boost the momentum of Wild Dog and destroy his own prestige. He also had a reason to be proud. There shouldn't be too many people who were as patient as them. There were even fewer people who were as well prepared as them. Perhaps only they would do such a stupid thing to ambush someone who hadn't reached the Nirvana realm with 20 saints. However, he compromised in the end. He said in a deep voice, "Should we spread the news that Lu Xuanhuan is Yang? This way, those geniuses in Zhongzhou who admire Shangguanlan will definitely not let him go." Qianzi suddenly fell silent. Viper didn't interrupt his thoughts, although this wasn't a problem that needed careful consideration. In the silence, Viper could hear his own heartbeat and could also clearly hear Qianzi's breathing. He didn't get impatient. He still waited quietly. Many facts had proven that Qianzi was much better than him. Every time Qianzi made a decision, it was very far-sighted and wise. If it wasn't for that dog, he believed that Qianzi would be the most amazing person in the world. No! When the sound of a dog barking came from Little Eastern Town, accompanied by the angry roars of a few people, it seemed that a thief had broken into someone's house and was discovered. Qianzi finally understood the reason for his hesitation. He had a faint feeling that he might become like that thief and be discovered by Yang. At that time, he could only fight to the death. If he was lucky or hoped that someone else could kill Yang, then he would not go all out. At the final moment, he might even think of escaping first and then plotting later. In his opinion, if he didn't go all out against such a dog, he would be courting death. If he wasn't prepared to die, then he would be the one to die in the end. Therefore, he couldn't leave himself a way out. Gather everyone and act according to Plan B. Ambush him at Zhuangyuan Mountain, Qianzi finally gave the order. In order to successfully kill Chu Yang, he had prepared no less than 10 plans. None of the plans were superfluous. They were all prepared for a certain possibility. The second plan was prepared for Chu Yang's trip to Zhuangyuan County. "I'll go now." As soon as Viper finished speaking, his body disappeared completely. No one knew which direction he had gone in. He was like a ghost. Qianzi put his hands behind his back and didn't move for a long time. He was adjusting his state of mind. The premonition of failure was too terrible. He needed to regain his confidence. This was also something that he had never experienced in his life. As a level 7 saint, he was actually afraid of a Dharma law practitioner to such an extent. At this time, scenes of Chu Yang appeared in his mind. He didn't speak for a long time, and his mood became heavier. "Wild dog, this time it's either you die or I die. I want to see who will die this time." In the end, the sun and the moon appeared in Qianzi's eyes. He was like a general who had gathered his troops, donned his armor, and carried his coffin to the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people had returned from battle? Chapter 2246. Zhuangyuan Mountain was naturally a mountain, a very large and tall mountain. After crossing this mountain, one would arrive at the county capital of Zhuangyuan Commandery. Qianzi had chosen to ambush Chu Yang here. In the morning, the warm spring sun shone down. Looking from afar, Zhuangyuan Mountain was still shrouded in fog. As one approached, the fog became thinner and thinner. Soon after, a mountain path could be seen winding around the mountain like a huge snake. The entrance to the mountain could be said to be the head of the snake. It was like a huge snake opening its huge mouth. Ignorant people were entering the snake's mouth one by one. On this side of the mountain, there were many people who wanted to enter the city. This mountain path was sometimes very busy, with people lining up like a long dragon. Sometimes it was very quiet, with only a few scattered figures. Sometimes it was even more desolate, with not a single person in sight. On both sides of the mountain road, the vegetation was lush. It was extremely quiet, without a trace of sound. When the sun shone on an ancient tree that was broken in the middle, it seemed to be tiptoeing. It was very quiet, not making the slightest sound. There were 4 people there, but there was nothing there. Even if one knew that there were 4 people there, they still couldn't see them. Instead, they seemed to only see 4 poisonous creatures: a spider, a centipede, a toad, and a scorpion. The spider seemed to be weaving a spider web on the broken tree and quietly waiting for its prey to walk into it. The toad hid in a dark corner as if waiting for mosquitoes to come. The centipede and the scorpion seemed to be crawling slowly in the wet soil. These were the 4 members of the dark thorn: the spider, the centipede, the scorpion, and the toad. They were naturally not poisonous creatures, but they were more poisonous than any poisonous creatures. Their hiding methods were also much better than poisonous creatures. Even if it was an earthly sovereign realm martial artist, the 4 of them were absolutely confident that they could not detect them. The 4 of them were waiting for the arrival of their prey, waiting for them to deliver a fatal blow. For this, they had been preparing for a long time. They had even practiced many assassination methods, so many that they couldn't even count them. It could be said that they had never been so meticulously prepared. Their opponent this time was only a warrior in the Transcendence realm. They were all saints, and the weakest among them was a 5th level saint. Killing a Transcendence realm ant was as easy as lifting a hand, but now they had to be so careful and cautious, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Naturally, it wasn't just the 4 of them. In front of the 4 of them, there were things that they were very familiar with: stone gallbladder, cinnabar, realgar, and nightmare stone. These were naturally the titles of these 4 people, and they were also members of the Dark Thorn. In addition to Qianzi and Viper, they had secretly assassinated 10 saints. Later, all of them would gather here. Not only that, but the 10 saints sent by Sabermang would also appear. 20 saints were so cautious and went all out. It was more than enough to assassinate an earthly sovereign realm cultivator. However, Regardless of whether it was the spiders, scorpions, toads, centipedes, stone gallbladders, cinnabar, realgar, or nightmare stones, none of them had any objections. Naturally, Qianzi had his own reasons for doing so. They believed in Qianzi 100%, because no matter how ridiculous Qianzi's decision was, it would definitely be proven to be correct in the end. This time, it would definitely be the same. Therefore, the 8 of them were very curious. How amazing was that wild dog called Chuyang? According to Qianzi, that dog was not only not a dog, but also not a person. It was an unprecedented existence, an existence that they didn't know about. There was a brief moment of silence on the mountain path. As the caravan entered the mountain, it suddenly became somewhat noisy. The sounds of people, horses, and carriages interweaved into a busy melody. Behind the caravan, there were sporadic people hurrying along the street, following the mountain path towards the county capital. Chapter 22:47. The sages sent by the Saber Mandala also began to appear. The 2 simple mountain folks who were carrying wine and mountain goods to the county capital were sweating profusely. They stopped and chatted along the way. They were still some distance away from Spider and the rest. The 2 of them were no different from the mountain folks. Even if Spider and the rest knew their identities, they would not be able to see through them. On the other side of the mountain road, a carriage coming from the direction of the prefectural city had a broken wheel when it was about to leave Zhuangyuan Mountain. A horse-faced coachman with a whip in his hand was cursing and complaining incessantly. A sickly-looking woman came down from the carriage. She was holding the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old child. She coughed and looked in the direction of the county capital, as if waiting for her husband to come. Needless to say, the coachman was definitely not a coachman. The woman was definitely not sick. The angry child was definitely not a child. He was a murderous killer whose hands were stained with blood. Qianzi, Spider, and the rest heard that the scholar of Scholar County died at the hands of this young child. Therefore, if anyone thought that he was a child, they would be gravely mistaken and would die a horrible death. 15 of the 20 sages were here. There were still 5 sages who were not. They would appear at the most appropriate time. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the target that Qianzi, Spider, and the rest had been waiting for finally appeared. They were still far away, but whether it was Spider, Centipede, the 2 mountain folks, the coachman, or the woman, they could not help but look in that direction. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It disappeared in a flash. They quickly returned to normal. However, Qianzi's heart was already thumping and his palms were sweaty. A slender figure, dressed in a blue robe and looking like a scholar, came slowly on a donkey. The folding fan in his hand was gently waving. Words appeared on both sides of the fan. In front, "I am a genius." In the back, a pear blossom pressed against a begonia. As the folding fan was waving, the words on it were constantly changing. Soon, the words, "I am a genius," became heavenly martial prowess, and a pear blossom pressed against a begonia became a myriad of doting on a begonia. At first glance, this person did not look like a proper person. Spider and the others really wanted to know how the folding fan was made. In any case, they did not understand. So for the first time, they felt that this person was not ordinary. That little donkey was actually very interesting. Why did the person bring a donkey here? Based on the strength of the person who had come, there was no need for such a small donkey. After all, it was only a short distance. As they gradually approached the county city, there was a large domain that forbade martial artists from flying. Anyone who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. The restrictions on martial artists in the central state were very strong. Even the #1 county at the edge of the central state was like this, so one could imagine what it would be like if one went further. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." The singing came from afar very quickly. The person seemed to be in a very good mood, and it was not a normal kind of happiness. What was even more amazing was that the words on the 2 sides of the folding fan changed again. Dragon meat in the sky in the front, donkey meat in the back. He seemed to be craving for donkey meat. This donkey's life was in danger. This person was naturally Chuyang. The change in the words on the folding fan was a way for him to show off. He wanted to show off his extraordinary literary skills. Regardless of whether others understood or not, he had to do it. As for the little donkey, he had encountered a group of bandits along the way. The bandits had robbed the villagers, and Chu Yang had robbed the bandits. Thus, not only did he obtain a little donkey, but he also obtained half of the bandits' silver and many other things from the villagers. Chapter 2248. Bo Bo Bo. The fortune teller knocked on the bamboo board with his left hand and waved a white cloth with his right hand. He was already shouting for business. Heavenly robe, divination, flawless. Flawless heavenly robe, Operation Heavenly Robe. Operation Heavenly Robe had already begun. The fortune teller's white cloth was the signal that Xianzi and the rest had predetermined. It meant that Chu Yang had arrived as they had expected. Since Chu Yang had arrived, the operation naturally had to begin. Xianzi abruptly clenched his fists, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. This dog must die this time. At this moment, two people rode their horses over from the other side of the mountain road. The person on the first horse had almond-shaped eyes and long eyebrows. He wore a sky-blue robe with a dark blue ribbon tied around it. He sat upright on the saddle. His back was straight, and his eyes were bright. He was very well-groomed. Such people were always very memorable. On his left, there was another person on the horse. The person on the horse had a pale face and a slight beard. He had a calm demeanor and was very elegant. At first glance, one could tell that these two people were very powerful and had a very high status. And they were indeed like this. Fish and meat. They were the meat on the chopping block. Although these two people were not the chopping block, they were the two most trusted servants of the chopping block, fish and meat. Husband, father. The sickly-looking wife and the pink and tender child's cheerful voice also came from there. It was as if the wife and child had come out to play and were stuck on the road. The husband and his friends had come to help. No one could tell that there was anything wrong with them. Indeed, Chu Yang did not see anything wrong with them. Whether it was the wife, the child, the two people on both sides of the mountain road, the two people behind them who were picking goods to sell, the villager who came to the market, the fortune teller, and so on, he did not see anything wrong with them. He leisurely rode on the donkey and waved his folding fan. When he began to enter the mountain, the two villagers who were picking goods to sell immediately stopped chatting. They carried their burdens and followed behind Chu Yang at a distance. The same went for the fortune teller and the two villagers who came to the market. On the opposite side, the wife and child's group had also solved the problem of the wheels. The group of 5 also headed towards Chu Yang. 10 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet. As he got closer and closer, he could hear the laughter of the two extraordinary people in front, the voices of a woman and a child, and the smile on the coachman's face. Behind him, the creaking of the pole, the chatter of the two mountain people, and the voice of the fortune teller pestering the two people. All these sounds converged in Chu Yang's ears, interweaving images of the secular world, images of life. This seemed to be the real world, so Chu Yang felt even happier. When it was 15 meters away, the tender child suddenly turned to Chu Yang and said, "Uncle, I'll give you a fruit. Feed that little donkey." Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, he raised a small hand and was about to throw it at Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang noticed that the two people with extraordinary temperaments, the woman and the coachman, also raised their hands, as if they were about to throw a fruit over. Behind him, there was a clanging sound, as if a wine jar had cracked open. The 5 people behind him also seemed to be very concerned about his donkey and were about to throw a fruit over. At the same time, 5 people rushed out from both sides of the mountain road, all of them preparing to throw a fruit over. Has this commander been ambushed? At first, Chu Yang was in the mood to joke around, but when he saw Qianzi, his smile froze on his face. Many fruits were thrown over, and in an instant, the world began to hum and tremble. Then, spatial fissures began to appear, spreading throughout the void. Those fruits had completely revealed their true appearances as well. They were like stars, suns, extremely bright, or extremely dark as they smashed over with rumbling sounds. With a cracking sound, the space where Chu Yang was instantly shattered like a mirror. A spatial storm was about to sweep out, and at this moment, the 20 fruits arrived. Not good. Chapter 2249. Naturally, it wasn't 20 fruits. Instead, it was an all-out attack, a fatal attack. It was like 20 stars and 20 suns, covering the sky and covering the sun. None of them were faster or slower. They all came at the same time, as if they were one. This was Qianzi's plan. 20 saints attacked at the same time. The 20 saints' attacks all fell on Chu Yang at the same time, maximizing their power. They wanted to kill Chu Yang with absolute power, not giving Chu Yang any chance to escape. Qianzi naturally knew that Chu Yang had spatial techniques, but he didn't seal this space. He also knew that Chu Yang had other ways to escape, but he didn't make any other arrangements. He just killed him directly. Simple. Direct. Killing people, just kill them directly. There was nothing else. Often, the simplest method was the most effective. Complicated methods weren't necessarily better. At least, that was what Qianzi thought. Amidst the loud rumbling, the extremely stable space-time of the central plains, which was difficult for those below the saint level to break, was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a black spatial storm. With a loud bang, it was as if 20 suns had collided. Within the black spatial storm, there was a violent explosion. Then, the 20 suns seemed to have merged together, suddenly expanding, forming an even bigger sun. In the end, they completely exploded. Immediately, endless violent energy swept out. Qianzi and the 20 saints were already prepared. After making their move, they quickly retreated. However, it was still too late. They were swept away and suffered from the impact, coughing up blood. The heavens and earth trembled and swayed. The Zhuangyuan mountain in front of the county city was struck by the huge energy storm. Like a huge piece of tofu, it directly exploded. Shattered rocks and dust filled the sky, drowning that part of the world. Endless light and endless wind were like rolling waves, sweeping in all directions, wreaking havoc in the heaven and earth, destroying everything in its path. The light covered the area, and the county city appeared. It was like a city on the horizon. Rumble. After the final explosion, the black hole in the center swallowed everything. The light disappeared, the wind disappeared, and so did the endless energy waves. The heaven and earth quickly returned to silence. The spatial crack also quickly closed and disappeared. The stability of the central plane space-time was once again displayed. Shoo! Shoo! Sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Qianzi, viper, fish, meat, spider, scorpion, the fortune teller, and the others all broke through the air and arrived at the first moment. Their gazes all fell on one place. The place where Chu Yang was originally was now empty. There was only a huge, deep pit, and the entire sitting champion had already disappeared. Is he dead? Qianzi frowned and was the first to ask. He should be dead. I saw a finger shoot out of his body. It was that tender child, but right now he spoke like an old man, not a child at all. I have a drop of his blood on my face. You, the woman's so-called husband, had a trace of blood on his fair face. The bloodstain was very blurry, and a tremendous energy wave seemed to have swept that drop of blood away. Logically speaking, with 20 of us attacking, that dog should be dead. Meat, the person whose code name was Meat, pointed at his chest, where there was a bit of blood on his clothes. I saw a leg, but it was very short. My lower abdomen was pierced by half a bone. A strand of hair, like a divine whip, shattered the void. Chapter 2250. If that's the case, the dog should be dead. But why do I feel like it's not? Qianzi's furrowed eyebrows did not relax at all, and his expression became more and more serious. The rest of the people did not refute him. They had seen this and that, but they all had the same feeling in their hearts. The blood, fingers, and broken bones they saw did not seem to belong to the dog. How could the dog's blood, fingers, and broken bones have the aura of a saint or even an earthly sovereign realm expert? Although it was only for a moment, whether it was the pink child, the so-called fish, or the meat, they all sensed it clearly. With such a discrepancy, it meant that the dog might not be dead, and there should be a saint or an earthly sovereign realm expert beside him who died on his behalf. Their hearts suddenly sank. For the first time, they deeply felt the amazement of the dog. Qianzi had said in advance that the dog had a very big trump card that even he could not figure out. The only thing they were sure of was that the dog's trump card was extremely amazing. They had to be very careful. The fact was that an earthly sovereign realm expert, or an earthly sovereign realm expert, had a trump card that was very amazing. Search everywhere. Qianzi quickly gave the order. Even if he's not dead, he must be seriously injured. However, you still have to be careful. Even if he's seriously injured, you can't underestimate him. In addition, if the county chief of Scholar County doesn't know what's good for him and comes to stop us or do other things, just kill him directly. Don't care if he's an imperial court official or not. Rumble. As soon as Qianzi's voice fell, rolling thunder came from the east. Thunder cloud formed in the sky in the blink of an eye, covering the entire sky. In an instant, the sky became completely dark. Thunder calamity. Qianzi was too familiar with Chu Yang's methods. He was instantly shocked and shouted, "The dog is not dead. He's right there." The rest of the 19 saints and Chu Yang were also very knowledgeable. Even without Qianzi's voice, they instantly understood when they saw the thunder calamity cloud. This dog is really scary. With 20 of us attacking together, even an earthly sovereign realm expert would be killed. But he's still alive. The tender child's face could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Qianzi was the first to make a move. He flew over, and the sound of him breaking through the air rang out. Chu Yang's lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, but would it be useful against a saint? It was impossible for saints to get involved in the lightning tribulations of ants. They only had to be wary of the lightning tribulations of saints. Only lightning tribulations of that level would get them involved. Their levels were too far apart, so they could completely avoid Chu Yang's lightning tribulation. At the location of the lightning tribulation, Chu Yang was trembling violently. His mind was completely blank. His hands were covered in blood. His face was covered in blood, and his entire body was covered in blood. It was as if he had miraculously survived a tragic car accident. However, he still seemed to be in a state of extreme shock. His hands were covered in blood. His face was covered in blood, and his entire body was covered in blood. Of course, it wasn't his blood. It was the blood of the Ice Kohen. Of course, it was not a miracle that he had survived. There were not so many miracles in the world. It was the Ice Kohen that had saved him. The Ice Kohen had died for him. Of course, he was not in a state of extreme shock. Instead, it was because his closest kin in his life, his most important kin, had suddenly disappeared. They had been forcefully snatched away. Moreover, there were no signs before this. It was as if someone had ambushed him from behind while he was walking in the dark and ruthlessly stabbed him with a knife. While he was caught off guard, there was a piercing pain in his heart. Intense emotions collided together, so much so that he did not know how to deal with it. It was as if he had become numb. He seemed to have lost his emotions, and his thoughts had also stopped. Chapter 22:51. Master, I won't necessarily die. He couldn't tell if those words were true or not. Maybe it was his imagination, or maybe Bing Kuan really said those words, but he couldn't be sure. After calming down, Chu Yang kept replaying Bing Kuan's face and smile in his mind. The memory was so clear and so deep. Bing Kuan faced enemies with him, went through life and death with him, answered his questions, helped him solve his problems, and accompanied him in his happiness, troubles, and sorrows. Bing Kuan was his support. Without Bing Kuan, he couldn't have been so calm and easily suppressed the East Continent. He couldn't have achieved his goals and become the best of his generation. There were too many things, and Chu Yang couldn't count them all. Bing Kun had accompanied him on a very important journey in his life. Bing Kun had accompanied him to the world of gods, to the 6 academies, to the 18 saints of the central continent, to the east continent, and to the central continent. Bing Kun had watched him grow up, the joys and sorrows of his life, and was like a brother and a father. No one could replace that kind of affection. But such an elder brother, such a father, had died just like that, died right in front of him. He died without a complete corpse. Chu Yang looked at his hand full of blood, and his mind seemed to turn red. Blood vessels crawled out of his eyes, and his face was as ferocious as a ghost. He was full of hatred, and he roared to the sky, "Qianzi, I will chop you into pieces. You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. I will send you to the 18th level of hell, and never let you reincarnate." Whoosh, whoosh. Qianzi, Pink Child, Fish, and the others had all arrived. When they saw Chu Yang, their eyes were filled with shock. "This dog didn't die. You were very sad and angry that your loved one died, right?" Qianzi didn't attack directly. He smiled like a flower and said, "I am very happy. Can you understand my feelings?" "Ha! Ha!" Chu Yang laughed loudly. "You dog, you want to completely enrage me and make me lose my mind, right? Congratulations, you did it. If I don't skin you alive today, I am not a human." "Ha!" Qianzi laughed even more heartily. "Do you still have the ability to do that? You're only relying on that Earth Emperor Realm expert. Without this layer of support, what are you?" If he really had that much confidence, he wouldn't have been so long-winded at this time, trying to provoke Chu Yang. It was because he did not have confidence that he was like this. After all, an enraged person was easier to deal with. Rumble. In the sky, the rolling thunder became even more intense, and the tribulation clouds became even thicker, as if they were about to fall. Lightning tribulation? Qianzi looked up at the tribulation cloud above his head and couldn't help but laugh. "Wild dog, do you think I don't know what you're capable of? Do you think your lightning tribulation is still useful? Open your dog eyes and take a look. Is there anyone here below the saint level?" Kiki. Chu Yang was provoked, and he began to laugh strangely. His eyes were almost scarlet, and his gaze seemed to have turned scarlet. He stared coldly at Qianzi and said, "You dog, you will know in a moment. Now kneel down." With a roar, he directly used the power of Wendao. Immediately after, a strange energy was released from the void. Qianzi and the others immediately felt an extremely unfamiliar energy acting on their bodies. Their legs suddenly bent, and they couldn't help but kneel down. However, their bodies shook violently, and they abruptly stood up straight. The power of Wendao? It can do this. Chapter 2252. The Power of the One Tao. The spider, scorpion, centipede, stone gallbladder, cinnabar, realgar, fish, meat, and the little boy were all shocked when they heard this. How could the One Tao have the same power as the martial Tao? This really overturned their understanding of the One Tao. The One Tao and the martial Tao were two different paths. The One Tao was the One Tao, and the martial Tao was the martial Tao. How could the One Tao have the same power as the martial Tao? If that was the case, wouldn't the One Tao be a type of martial Tao? But if that was the case, what was the difference between the One Tao and the martial Tao? In their impression, the One Tao was poetry, calligraphy, painting, dancing, and so on. Although the One Tao was strong, if they didn't cultivate the martial Tao, they were all weak chickens. This was the One Tao, but everything that happened in front of them proved that the One Tao was comparable to the martial Tao. After Qianzi spoke, they completely understood what they felt and experienced. That was indeed the power of the One Tao. In the One Tao, they were extremely weak, so when the wild dog asked them to kneel, they had no choice but to obey. But because of their strong mental power, they held on. At the core of the One Tao, mental power was one of the most important aspects. They were saints, so their mental power was naturally not low. On the other hand, Chu Yang's comprehension of the One Tao was not high enough. If it was high enough, no matter how strong their mental power was, they wouldn't be able to hold on and would be completely crushed. Because the opponent attacked their weakest point. This wild dog is really too amazing. If this continues, he will be able to create a whole new system. No wonder he wants to kill this wild dog. Qianzi is so careful, and even 20 saints to kill this wild dog, and he still thinks it's not enough. The spider, centipede, scorpion, fish, meat, and the little boy were shocked, but they finally understood Qianzi's feelings. This kind of enemy was too terrifying and definitely couldn't be left alive. Qianzi's decision was too correct or even extremely wise. If this wild dog could create the One Tao system, then the heavenly spirit world would have both the One Tao and the martial Tao. Their strength would definitely increase greatly, and when that time came, the gods' world would definitely not be a match. Therefore, this dog must die. Their killing intent suddenly became incomparably intense. They had never felt so urgent before. Wild dog, you're about to open up a new system, create a new era, or even a new era, but you're going to die right at the beginning. Don't you think it's a pity? Qianzi suddenly laughed and boasted. In your words, I am indeed a genius. After a pause, he continued in a mocking tone. Also, I feel sorry for you. It's really a pity, ha. Spider and the others understood Qianzi's meaning and cooperated with him, laughing loudly. Regret. Chu Yang sneered. Who has regrets? You were able to detect my Wen Dao cultivation in an instant. You're probably a genius, right? But you're going to die so early. It should be your regret, right? Rumble. At this moment, thunder and lightning wreaked havoc in the sky. Rolling thunder rumbled as it descended. The dazzling lightning glow caused the dark and gloomy world to brighten up. Wild dog, I told you that the lightning tribulation is useless. Qianzi's smile disappeared. He also realized that his words had provoked the wild dog. Although he was extremely angry, he still hadn't lost his mind. He admired this dog. If it was him, he would have lost his mind if someone close to him suddenly died, and then he was provoked and mocked by his enemies. Then is this useful? Just as Chu Yang's voice fell, a blood-curdling scream exploded right behind Qianzi and the others. When they looked over, they saw that the coachman, the two mountain people who were going to the market, the two people who were going to sell their goods, and the sickly woman were all smashed into pieces. The saint's source was also taken away. Chapter 2253. 6 Chu Yang, 6 doppelgangers. A top-notch sacred weapon. Using these and his spatial techniques, Wild Dog lured them in with his true body, drawing their attention and then killing them. Just like how Chu Yang was caught off guard when he was ambushed, their 6 teammates were also caught off guard and died tragically. 6 doppelgangers, unbelievable. What a terrifying person. Not only can he create a literary system, but his martial arts are also far superior to others. There's no limit to it at all. What a good temperament, what a good scheme. Under such circumstances, he can still be so clear-headed and retaliate with the most ruthless method. The hearts of all the Qianzi's people were filled with shock. For such a character, the more you understood him, the more terrified you would be. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Yang's 6 doppelgangers returned. The 5 Hell's mother-child heavenly demon cauldron vibrated in midair and buzzed. The origins of the 6 sages that it had devoured were all poured into Chu Yang's body and into his grotto heaven. In an instant, another world appeared behind him. Everything on the literary path was revealed once again. The dynasties that weren't shown clearly in the original world were shown clearly at this moment. The Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties were all real and clear. Countless poems and essays burst forth. It was the same for Chu Yang's 2-dimensional grotto heaven coordinates. The origins of the 4 sages weren't enough to deduce everything. Now that the origins of the 6 sages were used as energy, it formed a huge power source. With a boom, everything was deduced. If I don't smash all of you to smithereens, I won't be able to vent my anger. It's a pity that the ones below can't do it. Chu Yang's eyes were completely red. Every word was said through gritted teeth. Don't be in a daze anymore. Kill this dog. Qianzi was already panicking. The others immediately came to their senses and were about to attack with murderous intent. Haha, it's too late. As Chu Yang laughed, flames appeared on his body. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and other colors appeared. The colorful colors sometimes turn into chaotic colors, sometimes into monochromatic colors, changing at will. At the same time, the flames behind him turned into a sun of discussion, surrounding Chu Yang in the center. Rumble. In the sky, the sound of thunder suddenly changed. Rolling thunder rumbled continuously, as if firecrackers had been lit. The heaven and earth shook, the void shook, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. Amidst the endless sounds of thunder, clusters of flames suddenly appeared in the sky. They were densely packed and filled the entire sky. It was like a majestic rain pouring down. Be careful. This tribulation fire seems to be a little strange. Qianzi suddenly stopped attacking and reminded in a loud voice, Wild Dog is not ordinary. Although it's only the tribulation fire of a Nirvana realm cultivator, you must not be involved. Viper also said in a loud voice, Thunder tribulations triggered by a Nirvana realm cultivator usually descend with thunder. However, Wild Dog is descending with tribulation fire. This is unusual in itself. When this was said, the remaining 14 people were all shocked. Qianzi was the same. He hadn't thought of this point. Even though Viper said it himself, he was still shocked after saying it. This was indeed extremely strange. Although they were sages, and as long as they didn't attack ants, they wouldn't be involved in the tribulation lightning. Was that really the case? Chapter 2254. Heavenly fire rained down from the sky like rain. It was as if a peerless painting had been opened. The scene in the painting was so shocking that it made people absent-minded. The people in Scholars County had different reactions when they saw the heavenly fire, but they were all absent-minded in the end. Yi Boren, the county governor of Scholars County, sensed a commotion at Scholars Mountain and rushed over with his men. When he saw the scene, he immediately ordered that no one was allowed to approach. At the same time, he was already frightened. Even without the heavenly fire, he did not dare to go out and provoke those people. The only thing he could do was to ask for backup. Otherwise, he would only be courting death if he went out rashly. Ah! In the distance, there was a shocking scream. The heavenly fire rained down, and the place seemed to have turned into an 800-mile-wide mountain of flames. At the center, the flames burned the sky, burning and destroying everything. What kind of tribulation fire is this? Why is it so terrifying? Even a saint can't dodge it. When the fortune teller's tribulation fire approached him, even though he was a saint, he couldn't avoid it. The wooden board and white cloth in his hands were instantly burned to ashes. His hands were also burned. His shoulders and the top of his head were also burned. The smell of burnt flesh instantly spread out. This is Emperor Fire. The wild dog is extraordinary and is valued by heaven and earth. Its tribulation cannot be touched. It cannot be observed. No. The tender child had just cried out in fear when his entire body was swallowed by the tribulation fire. It's not just Emperor Fire. It's the legendary tribulation fire. We're finished. The guy with the code name, you, was completely terrified. The tribulation fire was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The county governor of Scholars County, Yi Bowen, and the others who were outside heard the screams and suddenly smelled the Emperor Fire. Everyone was scared half to death and quickly retreated. However, as soon as they stopped moving, the Emperor Fire turned into the legendary Tribulation Fire. They panicked again and felt that they had not retreated far enough. In the end, they could only see a ball of fire burning fiercely in the center. Even the shadow of a person could not be seen. Bang! 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 Chu Yang's 6 clones held the cauldron again and reaped the lives of Viper, Scorpion, and the others, collecting their sane origin. He had already been burned by the tribulation fire once. This time, he was just going to experience the process. Therefore, neither he nor the five hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron were afraid of these flames. This was the trump card that Chu Yang had used to deal with Qianzi and the others in the East Continent. He had been preparing for it for a long time, but Qianzi had never appeared. Tribulation Fire-Burning Saint. This move was used in the end, but the Ice Koan who had proposed this to him was no longer there. The Ice Koan couldn't see all this in such a grand occasion. Chu Yang was dejected. The tribulation flames were terrifying, but Chu Yang was able to harvest them easily. In an instant, the remaining 14 saints and 13 saints were all slaughtered. Only Qianzi was left. The tribulation fire was a type of transformation of the lightning tribulation. Under the tribulation fire, everything was destroyed and turned into ashes. However, Qianzi was able to withstand it. Before he was weakened, Chu Yang did not dare to make a move. He could only wait. Qianzi's outer moon and inner sun protected his entire body. As the tribulation fire descended from the sky, his identity as an outer heaven demon was completely exposed. Billowing demonic qi soared into the sky and enveloped the surroundings. Time passed little by little, but Qianzi still showed no signs of defeat. The outer moon was quickly burned, followed by the inner sun, and then Qianzi himself. His expression was constantly changing. One moment, it was as if he was in an endless hell, suffering endless torment. The next moment, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. After a few times, his panicked expression gradually calmed down. In the end, he slowly calmed down. Chu Yang also noticed the abnormality, but he didn't care. No matter what price he had to pay today, Qianzi must die. Wild dog, should I thank you for your lightning tribulation? If you hadn't borrowed the power of the heavens to burn me with tribulation fire, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to step into the so-called earthly sovereign realm of your heavenly soul world. Qianzi allowed the tribulation fire to burn him. With his hands behind his back, he stared at Chu Yang without a trace of emotion. In order to thank you, after I advance to the earthly sovereign realm, I will definitely kill you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void behind him suddenly trembled and then distorted. Following that, 6 black holes appeared, hanging side by side behind him. Chapter 2255. 6 black holes appeared behind Qianzi. This meant that he had touched the threshold of the earthly emperor realm. Reincarnation. The earthly emperor realm did not fall into reincarnation. Life and death were determined by oneself. This was the most basic. The earthly emperor realm had gradually broken away from the system of the heavenly Tao, drifting outside the heavenly Tao. Gradually, the heavenly Tao's binding power weakened. The fact that the earthly emperor realm was not bound by reincarnation was one of the most obvious signs. The earthly emperor realm was measured according to reincarnation. The earthly emperor realm had a total of 9 realms, each reincarnation stage. After passing through 9 reincarnations, one would reach the 9th level of the earthly emperor realm. Once one reached the earthly emperor realm, one would be immortal and indestructible. Chu Yang's expression did not change much. Although he did not know how Qianzi comprehended the mystery of the earthly emperor realm in such a short time, he was not surprised. Qianzi was not a fool. Not only was Qianzi not a fool, but he was also an extremely intelligent person. If people knew that he used 20 saints to kill Chu Yang, they would definitely laugh at him. However, not only did Qianzi make such a joke, he also killed Bing Kuan. 20 saints. If Bing Kuan was prepared, he would not have died. However, Bing Kuan was dead. Bing Kuan was dead. No matter how powerful Qianzi was, it did not matter to Chu Yang. He only wanted a result. He must kill this dog. Qianzi and the 20 saints would all be buried with Bing Kuan today. It did not matter what kind of price he had to pay. Therefore, Chu Yang would not run away, nor would he feel afraid. The 6 black holes quickly changed. The first black hole suddenly shone with boundless light, as if it was a heavenly kingdom. The second black hole also shone with boundless light, but it was mixed with black devil chi. The third black hole was turbid at the bottom, and red dust billowed at the top. The fourth black hole emitted the roar of a beast. The fifth black hole emitted the sound of swallowing that never stopped. The sixth black hole emitted endless screams that never stopped. They represented the heavenly Tao, Asura Tao, human Tao, animal Tao, evil spirit Tao, and hell Tao. Qianzi's body was as black as charcoal, and there were still traces of flames jumping and burning on his body. Under the burning of the calamity fire, he was also seriously injured, but he managed to survive. He even comprehended the secrets of the earthly sovereign stage under the pressure of life and death. Those below the saint realm were all ants, and those below the earthly sovereign realm were basically all ants. Although there was only a difference of one realm between a saint and an earthly sovereign, the gap between the two was incomparably huge. Therefore, once Qianzi succeeded, it would be a metamorphosis of the essence of life. From then on, he would be even more powerful. Moreover, no matter how serious his injuries were, Chu Yang would definitely not be his opponent. Qianzi's charred body also began to change. The flames on his body were extinguished, and his injuries were healed. He returned to his original appearance. Then, he turned into a middle-aged man, and then an old man. In the end, after a short moment of death, it turned into a baby in the blink of an eye. Then, it quickly grew into a child, a teenager, and a young man. Once again, it returned to its original appearance. This was equivalent to experiencing life and death, a complete reincarnation. Chu Yang did not know how amazing it was. It was definitely not an easy task for an ordinary person to complete a reincarnation after advancing to the earthly sovereign stage. It could be said that there was a 90% chance of death. However, Qianzi had passed through it easily. If this speed was spread out, it would shock the world. Fast was too fast. Chapter 2256. Wild Dog, do you still want to struggle? Qianzi had gone through a reincarnation cycle. It was as if he had been reborn, and his injuries had all healed. However, his face was even paler, and his weakness was obvious. He had consumed a lot of energy, and his earthly emperor realm was still unstable. However, no matter how bad his condition was, it was more than enough for him to kill Chu Yang. At the end of the road, there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. Qianzi had been in a hopeless situation, but the situation had been reversed. It was as if he had entered heaven from hell. Of course, he was happy. 19 out of the 20 saints had died, which only meant that his judgment was correct. He was also very wise. As long as Chu Yang was dead, all the bad things would become good. What are you happy about? Chu Yang looked at all this coldly. There was no fluctuation in his emotions. His whole person was extremely cold. It was as if he had turned into Jing Wuming. He looked like a walking corpse. Wild Dog, what are you despising and disdaining? Qianzi's voice was weak, but it was still strong and contemptuous. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Do you want me to clearly feel how angry and sad you are now? Ice Kuan. Chu Yang was suddenly stabbed. He suddenly trembled, and his eyes shone fiercely. Dog, am I not cruel enough to you? Cruel? Ha! Qianzi laughed. However, it only lasted for a while, and he couldn't continue. He was too weak. This time, he had used up too much of his origin to forcefully break through to the earthly emperor realm. After killing Wild Dog, he needed a lot of replenishment and recovery. Otherwise, it would leave a great trouble in the future. However, he continued to provoke Chu Yang. Wild Dog said that you were smart and amazing, but now it seems that you are just a fool. You don't have much ability, but you pretended to be great everywhere. Now, you have caused the death of your loved ones. Are you happy now? Was that so? Chu Yang's mood suddenly fluctuated. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Was he trying to show off too much? Wasn't he being too arrogant? You don't even know how to protect yourself. The answer seemed to be obvious without a doubt. He was indeed too flamboyant, and such a result would come sooner or later. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking anymore? Qianzi was even more sarcastic. Did I hit your sore spot? How do you feel now? I feel great. Chu Yang's heart was filled with self-reproach. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. I will definitely make you feel great too. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens and earth suddenly shook again. The dark sky suddenly lit up again, as if there were layers of flames. Boren, the county chief of Scholar County, and the others had been waiting outside for a while and thought that the battle was over. They were flying over quickly when they heard the rumbling of thunder. They looked up at the sky and their eyes widened in shock. In the sky, clusters of 7-colored flames, chaotic flames, or flames of a single color, once again filled the sky. The flames illuminated the heaven and earth, spreading a kind of pressure that made people feel horrified. Thump, thump, thump. All of them reined in their horses at the edge of a cliff and quickly stopped. They even directly fell down like a huge hammer hitting the ground. The second level of the Nirvana realm. This is the second heavenly tribulation. Qianzi's weak voice suddenly became strong, but it was trembling. A look of shock appeared on his pale face. Rumble. Chu Yang's body was ignited. Countless flames sprang out from his body, and there was also a continuous and extremely loud sound. It was as if there was a prehistoric giant beast running in his body. Chapter 2257. It was vigorous and vast to the extreme. Chu Yang's strength was rapidly increasing. It was only the Nirvana realm, but his strength had increased by so much. Qianzi was shocked. Laugh, continue to be sarcastic and sarcastic. You dog, learn from me to provoke others. Don't disappoint me. Chu Yang regained his cold and indifferent expression, but he gnashed his teeth in anger as he spoke every word. Qianzi had no time to respond. The wild dog's lightning tribulation was even fiercer than the first one. It was impossible to dodge. The tribulation fire fell on his body again. He was ignited and burned again. The burning pain made his face contort, and he kept screaming. It wasn't that he didn't respond. Behind him was the 6 paths of reincarnation. They were like 6 black holes that blocked most of the tribulation fire and extinguished the tribulation fire on his body. Chu Yang looked at all this and couldn't help but think of the ice Kuan. Kuan is right. My tribulation fire has already far exceeded the norm. Not only can the saints not escape from the tribulation, but even the earthly sovereign realm can't avoid it. The tribulation fire was extremely fierce and ended even faster than the first one. Although Qianzi was burned black again, and his body was constantly emitting the smell of burnt flesh, and his body was convulsing, he still managed to survive. However, the thing he was worried about happened again. Rumble. Above the sky, there was another loud sound. Everything was just like before. Endless heavenly fire fell again and burned him continuously, causing him to fall into endless suffering. It was as if he would never wake up from a nightmare. Suffering again and again made him extremely weak. He didn't have the strength to fight back. His condition was extremely bad, and he could only bite the bullet and hold on. Second level of the Nirvana realm. Third level of the Nirvana realm. Fourth level of the Nirvana realm. At the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, Chu Yang had passed through the 6 stages of heavenly tribulation. He had killed 13 saints and used up all the origins he had obtained. He only stopped when he ran out of energy. It was extremely terrifying. The 13 saint essences were used as fuel to form a driving force, but it only allowed him to break through to the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Moreover, during this process, he even tried his best to prevent the consumption of the saint essences above Wen Dao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Qianzi was like an ancient tree that had been burnt to a crisp. He stood there motionlessly, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. However, the 6 black holes behind him were still there. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons revolve around Chu Yang like 6 stars, protecting him as he moved forward. Tap, tap, Tap! He finally arrived in front of Qianzi, but Qianzi still didn't move at all. Bang! Shu Yang wielded the female cauldron and smashed it down. It was as though he was hugging a mountain as he smashed it down. The void trembled as buzzing sounds rang out unceasingly. When the cauldron landed on Qianzi, it was as though it had landed on a piece of tofu. Qianzi exploded into pieces. There was no flesh and blood, no broken bones flying in the air. There was only a cloud of murky black air that swept out and quickly gathered together. Then, Qianzi reappeared. At the same time, the 6 black holes shook violently and suddenly erupted with a huge suction force. It devoured Chu Yang's 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons at an incomparably fast speed. In a flash, the 6 cauldrons had disappeared. At this moment, Qianzi's eyes suddenly opened. On his charred face, they were extremely bright. He stared at Chu Yang and said, "Wild dog is useless. You can't kill me. After I used the 6 paths of reincarnation to control the 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons, you were just an ant in front of me. No matter how weak and powerless I am, you can't kill me. Do you understand?" Everyone below the saint realm was an ant. A nirvana realm martial artist couldn't kill a saint, just like how an ant couldn't kill a human. An earthly sovereign realm martial artist was even more terrifying. Although Chu Yang was powerful and might be able to deal with a saint, he definitely couldn't deal with an earthly sovereign realm martial artist like Qianzi. This was the truth. The difference between realms was an insurmountable gap. Chapter 2258. At this moment, Qianzi was like a heavily injured soldier on the battlefield, while Chu Yang was just an ant. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill this heavily injured and immobile soldier. This was the common sense of martial arts. It was an insurmountable gap. The difference between the two was too great. However, Chu Yang wasn't a person who followed common sense. If he wanted to overcome such a huge gap, it wasn't impossible. "Bastard, where do you get your confidence from?" Chu Yang sneered again and again. "Why do you have to play the game of outwardly fierce but inwardly cowardly? Don't you know very well that such tricks are useless in front of me?" Huh. Qianzi wanted to laugh and mock, but he didn't have the strength to do so. "Wild dog, please, as you wish." Chu Yang's killing intent rose. He suddenly roared, "Kneel down for me." With a plop, Qianzi's char body knelt on the ground. His heart shrank and his mind buzzed. He was extremely shocked. The power of Wendao. He instantly knew Chu Yang's method and suddenly remembered the fatal flaw. According to Chu Yang's nirvana realm cultivation, there was no way he could kill him or even consume his earthly emperor's origin. However, he wasn't sure about the power of Wendao. What scared him the most was that Wild Dog's power of Wendao seemed to have undergone a qualitative change during the battle. Even though he was an earthly emperor, he was still suppressed by Wild Dog's power of Wendao. Such an improvement was too shocking. How did Wild Dog do it? Crack! When Chu Yang said the word behead, the power of Wendao surged. An executioner appeared in front of Qianzi. It raised a large saber with a ghost head and chopped down. With a thud, Qianzi's head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. The power of Wendao caused great damage to Qianzi. He felt extreme pain when his head was chopped off. Son of a bitch, advancing to the earthly emperor realm is indeed a good thing. In this way, I can kill you 10,000 times. I will let you taste all the tortures. Under the effect of the earthly sovereign's origin, Qianzi's body exploded. When he reappeared, Chu Yang's words were as cold as ice, making him shudder. Such a small amount of consumption could indeed kill him 10,000 times. In the end, he would definitely be killed. 5 horses' dismemberment. The neighing of horses immediately resounded in this world. Chu Yang spat out 4 words, and his words were the law. Under the effect of the power of Wendao, Qianzi was immediately torn apart by 5 horses. He deeply felt the pain of being torn apart by 5 horses. The 5 horses ran in 5 different directions. He could clearly feel that his flesh, tendons, and bones were being torn apart. His head could even see his torso being torn apart and his limbs being torn apart. He screamed miserably. The damage to his body was just an illusion. The earthly sovereign's origin was the real thing. If the earthly sovereign's origin was not touched, even if Chu Yang killed him 10,000 times, he would not feel anything, let alone feel any pain. Chu Yang was just wasting his energy. Fighting with the illusion was like fishing for the moon in the water. It was extremely stupid. However, his earthly sovereign's origin was damaged by Chu Yang's power of Wendao. Everything was different now. Perhaps he would experience all the cruel tortures in the world before dying tragically. Burning, chopping at the waist, cutting him into pieces. None of the tortures mentioned by Chu Yang were repeated. Qianzi had really experienced hundreds of tortures. It was as if he had fallen into an endless hell. He would rather die than live. In the end, he was completely desperate and broke down. Before Chu Yang could speak, he rushed to say, "Please, please give me a quick death. Don't, don't." Chapter 2259. Ouch. In an instant, Chu Yang began to vomit crazily. His internal organs were churning as if he was going to vomit them out. The torturers were suffering a fate worse than death. Those who were watching felt extremely uncomfortable. Only those who were heartless could watch calmly as a person was tortured like a beast. Therefore, this was not only Qianzi's release, but also Chu Yang's release. At this point, the origin energy of the 20 saints had been taken away. Their spiritual souls had been extracted, and they were all dead. Chu Yang also left in an instant. This was not what he wanted to encounter. However, it all happened in such a day. His mind was in a mess. He could not calm down for a long time. It should be over. Borin and the others in the periphery heard the horrifying screams coming from within. They were already numb and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Therefore, they did not dare to barge in and could only wait outside. After the screams had completely disappeared, they made such a guess. Then, they carefully entered. When they saw the devastated battlefield, they could not help but gasp. The landscape had been completely changed. The ground was burned like firewood. The soil that was not completely burned was like charcoal. Large pits were burned in the ground. More than a dozen corpses that emitted the aura of saints were scattered everywhere. Among them, there was even a corpse that emitted the aura of the earthly sovereign realm. 19 saints and an earthly sovereign realm expert are all dead. What kind of battle is this? Borin and the others soon realized that the surrounding landscape was not that badly damaged. After all, there were 19 saints and an earthly sovereign realm expert. Such a degree of destruction was nothing compared to the battle here. Who are the two sides? Who do the 19 saints and the earthly sovereign realm expert belong to? A huge question immediately popped up in their minds. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon. Among the 20 corpses, 10 of them have a strong aura of the extraterrestrial demon. Borin, the county chief of number 1 county, finally said after several confirmations. Everyone else was stunned. Ma Kongquan, who was at the side, was also completely shocked. County governor, who? You mean to say that the 10 saints of the outer heaven demons and the saints of our heavenly soul world had just fought here? I don't know either. Borin shook his head. If that was the case, it would be a dereliction of duty for him not to make a move when he was at the periphery. Then, he shuddered and said, the other 10 corpses also have the aura of the demons from beyond, but they are more deeply hidden. Perhaps. Speaking of this, he paused. He felt that the reason why the aura of the extraterrestrial devil was almost undetectable on the 10 corpses was not because it was hidden too deeply, but because it had almost been washed away. Such a discovery shook his heart deeply, to the point that he didn't dare to rashly voice his guess. Once such a thing was confirmed, it would mean that there were many otherworldly demons hiding in the central region. The consequences were too severe. Borin didn't even dare to think about it. County chief, according to what you said, 19 otherworldly demons and an earthly sovereign realm expert were ambushing someone here? Hearing such a guess, Yi Bourne shuddered. He was shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. It can't be him, right? This him was Chu Yang. According to the time, Chu Yang should have arrived at the county capital. Chapter 2260. The literary path is just like the martial path. It has the power to turn the world upside down. If this becomes a reality, then wouldn't the strength of the heavenly spirit realm increase greatly? The more Bourne thought about it, the more likely it was. But Lu Xuanhuan was surrounded by 19 saints and an earthly sovereign. How could he escape unscathed? The big question popped up again. For a moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious to the extreme. One moment he wanted to report this matter. The next moment he hesitated, unable to make a decision for a long time. Whether or not the one ambushed by the demons was Lu Xuanhuan, I can't be sure. If I rush to this conclusion, I'm afraid it will cover up the truth. Also, maybe the demons don't even know who Lu Xuanhuan is. If I report this to the imperial court and the demons hiding in the imperial court find out, then I'll be a sinner. Let's wait and see. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Bourne finally decided to bide his time and wait for the imperial court's people to come. The imperial court's people should be sent by Duke Jiao, because Zhuangyuan County was closer to the Grand Capital, and Duke Jiao was in the Grand Capital. Duke Jiao was someone Yi Bourne trusted and admired a lot. He felt that Lu Xuanhuan's matter should be handled by Duke Jiao. The officers and soldiers of Zhuangyuan County began to move out in groups to protect the battlefield. The people of Zhuangyuan County also swarmed out. This time, the movement was too big, almost unprecedented. Zhuangyuan Mountain was completely destroyed. How could people not pay attention? Move, move. Get out. All of you get out of here. If you don't get out, you deserve it. Because a group of people had arrived on horseback, 7 or 8 of them were rampaging through the crowd. Immediately, there was a big commotion in the crowd of onlookers. Immediately, there were screams, cries, and even screams. Some people were unable to dodge in time and were directly knocked away or even knocked to death. The crowd was riding their horses without any regard for the law, but no one dared to make a sound. The leader of this group of people was a young man in his early 20s. There was a faint scar on his forehead, as if it was going to cut his entire forehead open. When one looked at that scar, they couldn't help but think that half of his head was going to be cut off. The lines on this person's face were also very tough, as if they were carved out by a knife or an axe. His gaze was sharp, and he was clad in armor. His baleful aura was threatening. As soon as he arrived, a dense killing intent swept out, and the crowd retreated like a surging tide. There wasn't a single person within a 30 m radius. Beside the young man, there was a young man who looked like he had been drinking too much. He sniffed lightly and said hatefully, "Ma Kongchuan, that bastard is here. One day I'll definitely teach him a lesson." There weren't many people who could grit their teeth as much as Ma Kongchuan, and even fewer people who could instantly sense the remnants of Ma Kongchuan's aura, and this person was Zhu Yu. Third brother, Uncle Ma has lived and died with our father. Although he doesn't get along well with us, it shouldn't be to that extent. The young man with the baleful aura smiled. Although he didn't like Ma Kongchuan, he also didn't want to have a bad relationship with Ma Kongchuan. Second brother, you don't know. Although I care about our father's relationship, that bastard Ma Kongchuan doesn't care at all. Zhu Yu immediately told him about the matter with Chu Yang. At first, the young man didn't pay much attention, but when he heard that Lu Xuanhuan came from the East Continent, his sharp eyes immediately swept over and asked sternly, "Third brother, are you sure that lowly commoner came from the East Continent?" "What's wrong, second brother? Is there something wrong with that?" Zhu Yu didn't understand. "Just tell me, isn't it?" "Of course." "Huh." The young man suddenly laughed loudly and said with great joy, "Third brother, you might have brought me a great opportunity." Zhu Yu was even more confused. She couldn't see any fortuitous opportunity at all. How could a lowly commoner bring a great opportunity to the young marquis? Chapter 2261. The Divine Arrow Marquis, as the name suggests, was bestowed with the title of Marquis due to his exceptional archery skills. However, a Marquis in the remote Zhuangyuan County naturally didn't have much status or power. Of course, this was relative to the entire Zhongzhou. In a Zhuangyuan County, the Divine Arrow Marquis was the tyrant, and Yi Boran couldn't control him at all. The example was obvious. Hannah Mingji and Zhu Yu rode their horses here and didn't care about the death of someone. The people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. As for this Hannah Mingji, not only was he tyrannical, he was also a ruthless person with a strong, murderous nature. He had narrowly escaped death many times on the battlefield. Second brother, can you explain it to me more clearly? I'm almost confused. Zhu Yu was completely at a loss. Hua Mingji smiled and then said, Third brother, have you heard of the Divine Fragrance Girl? Divine Fragrance Lady. Zhu Yu's pair of eyes immediately lit up. He didn't hide his greed and even swallowed his saliva. Then he exclaimed in a dreamy tone, Divine Fragrance Lady, how could I not know? Then he suddenly exclaimed, Second brother, you're thinking about the Divine Fragrance Lady? I still have some self-awareness. Such a woman isn't someone I can touch. Hannah Mingji's sharp eyes lit up as if something was crazily growing in the depths of his eyes. Finally, he said faintly, One day, such a woman will belong to me, Hannah Mingji. Second brother, you scared me. Zhu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Hannah Mingji looked at Zhu Yu with disdain and said, The reason why I told you about the Divine Fragrance Lady is because I wanted to say that a lowly eastern wilderness man is the Divine Fragrance Lady's fiancé. This matter has already caused a stir in the capital, and it's the same in Taijing. What, a lowly eastern wilderness man is the Divine Fragrance Lady's fiancé? How is this possible? Zhu Yu was shocked once again. She simply couldn't believe it. How could a woman like this have such an unbearable fiancé? As for the eastern wilderness, he almost didn't know anything about it. The only reason he knew about it was because he was in Zhuangyuan County. People from the East State would definitely have to pass through Zhuangyuan County to enter Zhongzhou. Second brother, are you talking about Lu Xiuanhuan? He's most likely that bastard from the eastern wilderness. After a moment of shock, Zhu Yu finally understood what was going on. Right now, in the Middle Continent, it was unknown how many people want to take that lowly life. Not bad. Hannah Mingji nodded and said, Third brother, based on your description and my intuition, that person is very likely to be that lowly one. I've heard that that lowlife is very good at concealing himself and hiding himself. Furthermore, he is extremely exceptional. After a pause, he added, If that Lu Sunhuan is really that cheap, then it's normal for you to lose to him. In Zhu Yu's mind, she went through everything that had happened between her and Chu Yang. He still didn't believe that Chu Yang could be so shocking as to be able to activate the Book of Songs in an instant. Therefore, he must have been able to activate the Book of Songs before. Those refugees in the East State or the Eastern Wilderness would never pay attention to the literary path, but that lowly Lu Xiuanhuan did. This meant that he was connected to Zhongzhou. When he thought about the Divine Fragrance Lady, everything seemed to suddenly connect. It must be the Divine Fragrance Lady who told that lowlife all this. After Zhu Yu told this to Hannah Mingji immediately pounced on him like a ferocious tiger, his extremely sharp gaze fixed on him. Visible rings of blood-colored ripples rippled out from his eyes. Hannah Mingji's steed reared up, neighing as a shocking wave of killing intent swept out. Chapter 2262. Zhu Yu couldn't help but shiver in fear. What a terrifying aura. He's about the same as me, just a 9th-level Transcendence Realm cultivator. Why is he so scary? Those who've been on the battlefield are indeed different. With such a huge difference, Zhu Yu finally believed that this was the answer. Third brother, where is Lu Xiuanhuan now? Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Yu coughed. Second brother, slow down. I told you to speak, so you speak. He's either on the way to the county city or already there. As long as we find Ma Kongquan, we should be able to find that bastard. Zhu Yu could only tell the truth. When Hannah Mingji withdrew his aura, he realized that he was sweating. You guys, send people to wait for that bastard at the city gate. If he comes, report to me immediately. You guys, keep a close eye on Ma Kongquan. Once you find that bastard, report to me immediately. Got it? Hannah Mingji was like a general giving orders. It was as if a great opportunity was right in front of him, and today was the day for him to succeed and become a hero of the world. It was as if his blood was boiling and his entire body was about to ignite. Zhu Yu also left. He had to cooperate with the artist to draw Chu Yang's portrait. 3 days later, due to the arrival of the big shots from the imperial court, the matter became more intense. The discussions became more heated as well. Many people faintly heard that this had a lot to do with the demons from beyond the heavens. On the 4th day, Chu Yang stepped into the county city under the setting sun. Although he immediately noticed that there was a huge movement at the city gate after discovering him, he didn't care. After 3 days, his mood had more or less adjusted. However, because he was still depressed and lazy, he didn't want to move at all. He had thought about Bing Kuen's death for a long time. As Qianzi said, he had a lot to do with it. If he hadn't been so flamboyant, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. He would try his best to change himself, but he did not feel that he could completely change himself. Although he clearly knew that there was a lot of helplessness in life, and that many people with great abilities had to endure, his nature dictated that he was destined to be such a person. Chu Yang was strolling on the busy streets of the county city. He subconsciously sent a voice transmission to his own grotto heaven, Kuen, Kuen. However, halfway through his words, he realized that the ice Kuen was no longer there. After a moment of desolation, he felt extremely lonely. The bustling scene in front of him made him feel even more lonely. He tried his best to think of other things. He thought of Xiao Guai, the parrot, his big brother Chu Fei, the saint child of Zither Sound, the silver wolf, and finally Shangwan Lan's beautiful face. I hope that sentence is true and that Kuen Kuen still has a chance to come back to life. Master, I'm not necessarily going to die. Until now, Chu Yang was still not sure if this sentence was true. He hoped it was true. After that, he found that he didn't have much to do. He just had to marry Shangwan Lan. When that time came, he could completely relax. Unfortunately, it was not easy to marry Shangwan Lan. Chu Yang was bored to death as he walked on the streets, looking at the noisy crowd. Later on, he followed Yi Boren's letter and went to look for Yi Boren. However, Yi Boren was not there because of what happened at Zhuangyuan Mountain. Chu Yang had actually heard a lot about this matter. The people of the county city seemed to know that what happened at Scholar's Mountain was related to the demons from beyond the sky. Qianzi and the others were indeed from the world of gods. Chapter 2263. Yi Boren wasn't here, but Ma Kongquan was. Ma Kongquan was overjoyed to see Chu Yang, and his worries seemed to have disappeared. Ma Kongquan bluntly asked if Chu Yang was the one who was ambushed by the demons from beyond the heavens on Zhuangyuan Mountain, and if it was because of Chu Yang's literary cultivation. Chu Yang naturally denied it. It was better if Ma Kongquan didn't know about his secrets. As for Ma Kongquan's reminder, he kept it in mind. The literary path could have the same power as the martial path, and this had a far-reaching effect. Therefore, he even had the impulse to change his appearance and identity. However, it was difficult to find a reliable one, and he could only give up. As for the examination of the literary school, Ma Kongquan answered Chu Yang's questions one by one. It didn't sound difficult, but the examination took 3 days, and there were many aspects involved. In the end, Ma Kongquan brought Chu Yang to familiarize himself with the county city. The two of them chatted as they walked, and it could be said that they were talking cheerfully and wittily. From time to time, they attracted the attention of the ladies. When a delicate and beautiful woman stole a glance at Chu Yang, she was discovered by Chu Yang. Her face turned red as if it was on fire. Then, the sound of hoof beats could be heard. Many people's cries of alarm could also be heard along with the sound of things being knocked over. The divine Arrow Marquis Sun is here. Everyone, get out of the way. Quick, quick, quick. If we don't get out of the way, we'll lose our lives. The crowd was also in a state of chaos in an instant. Soon, the cries of the children entered Chu Yang's ears. When he looked over, he saw a group of 18 people on horseback running unscrupulously on the street, and he frowned unhappily. Ma Kongquan's brows furrowed as well, revealing a displeased expression. Gallop, gallop, gallop! The 18 riders didn't have any intention of slowing down. Before they reached Chu Yang, a gust of wind swept over, and the 18 riders neatly stopped in front of Chu Yang and Ma Kongquan. Pa! Without any warning, a horsewhip suddenly struck towards Chu Yang's head and face like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, a roar poured into Chu Yang's ears. You are that lowly Lu Sunhuan, right? Pa! Chu Yang didn't see how Chu Yang moved, but he grabbed the horsewhip in his hand. Chu Yang's anger flared up in his heart. He coldly stared at this person and immediately saw his face. He had a pair of cold and sharp eyes. There was a knife scar on his forehead, and he was wearing a suit of armor. This person was extremely swift and fierce. At this moment, this person was looking down on his head, looking down on him. He caught sight of Zhu Yu from the corner of his eye and understood everything. Whoa! The sound of sobbing suddenly came from not far away. Chu Yang looked over and saw a woman holding a 7- or 8-year-old child, crying bitterly. He felt that the child's breath was rapidly weakening, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He immediately stretched out his hand, and a wave of mana rushed over. Loli, I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Answer me. Hannah Mingji saw Chu Yang's indifferent expression and completely disregarded him, and suddenly shouted, Loli, if the person I knocked down is going to die, then it's me who wants to kill him. If you dare to save him, not only will I kill you, but I'll also slaughter your entire family. This was an incomparably lively street, but at this moment, it was quiet, and there was no trace of life. Many people kept quiet out of fear and looked at Hannah Mingji with fear. They were even more worried for Chu Yang. Chu Yang held the horsewhip in his hand and directly ignored Hannah Mingji. He turned his head to Ma Kongquan and said, Is Yi Boren not going to do anything? Ma Kongquan's expression froze. If Chu Yang said such a thing in front of others, his uncle Yi would be in a difficult position, and his dignity would probably disappear. Or Yi Boren and the divine Arrow Marquis would have an intense conflict, but no matter what, it would be very troublesome for Yi Boren. Chu Yang understood his reaction, and he turned his head to look at Hannah Mingji. He smiled wickedly and said, Master, you're very unhappy right now. Do you know what that means? Boom. Chapter 2264. My lord is very unhappy right now. Do you know what that means? Such a sentence was like dropping a bomb. The people in the county city were dumbfounded. That kind of disdain, willfulness, and arrogance were all unbelievable. In the county city, there was actually someone who dared to say such words to the young Marquis of the Divine Arrow Manor. Was he tired of living? The Divine Arrow Manor was like a local tyrant in the Zhuangyuan County. The people had already tacitly approved of it. Therefore, no matter how much pain they suffered, they could only endure it silently. Resistance and revenge only resulted in ruthless suppression and slaughter. In the past few decades, such things had always happened, and the result had never changed. The Divine Arrow Manor was still standing there, and no one could shake it. In the past few decades, there were naturally people who rebelled against the Divine Arrow Manor. However, there had never been anyone who was as arrogant and self-centered as Chu Yang. His lord was unhappy. Such a reason was definitely the most domineering reason that the people in the county city had ever heard. If people were only unhappy, they would definitely not provoke the Divine Arrow Manor. However, this scholar had warned the young Marquis of the Divine Arrow Manor because he was unhappy. Hannah Mingji immediately suspected that he had misheard. His expression was extremely shocked, as if he was saying, How could such a thing happen? Ma Kongquan was also stunned. What was this new friend of his? He had never been able to describe him in words. Zhu Yu was also dumbfounded. Hannah Mingji could be said to be a murderous demon king. He was extremely afraid of Hannah Mingji. However, the refugee that he looked down on and called Hannah Mingji a lowly demon king did not put him in his eyes at all. He even wantonly challenged his dignity in front of others. However, such a sentence was unprecedented in the Zhuangyuan County's county city. The bustling street became even more silent. There was not even the sound of breathing. Hannah Mingji and his group of 18 horses seemed to have realized something and became extremely quiet. "Bastard, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts." With a popping sound, circles of blood-colored ripples continuously surged out from Hannah Mingji's body. An endless, baleful aura swept out, as if a surging wave of human blood was rushing towards everyone. In an instant, everyone felt hot blood splashing on their faces, as if they were being pulled into a pool of blood, a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood. At this moment, Hannah Mingji went berserk like a madman, a murderous demon king with bloodshot eyes. For Chuyang, this was more or less the case. However, for the vast majority of people, Hannah Mingji was currently the supreme god of death. Chuyang sneered, "You're done being unreasonable. Are you going to act fierce in front of me? Are you going to use this method to prove that you're noble? A murderous demon king and a madman. This is your nobility." Each word was like a clap of thunder. It fell into the ears of the people in the Zhuangyuan County. Every one of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They trembled fiercely, and the astonishment in their eyes became even more intense. Some people were startled. They couldn't help but look at Chuyang with a trace of worship. How many people had such courage? How many people had such courage? These people were supreme heroes. Even ghosts and gods would not dare to harm them. Good. Hannah Mingji was so angry that he trembled. He was like a furious butcher on horseback. He stared at Chuyang with murderous intent and said in a sinister tone, "Bastard, no one has dared to provoke the divine Arrow Marquis residents for decades. Today, you don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to offend the divine Arrow Marquis residents. I will definitely make you beg for death. I will torture you forever in fear." Chapter 2265. Along with his voice, he suddenly pulled the whip in his hand. Hannah Mingji suddenly felt a huge force coming from the whip. This force was so huge and so fast that he didn't have time to react. He directly fell from a horse and landed face first on the stone slabs on the street. Bang! Blood splattered and the horse neighed in fright. Hannah Mingji's posture was also extremely cool. After his face hit the stone slabs cracked and exploded, creating a small pit. He also bounced up as if his face had great elasticity. The crowd was dead silent. They thought that there would be a conflict, but they didn't expect that Chuyang would be the first to make a move. They also didn't expect that the invincible divine Arrow Marquis residents would be defeated in an instant and in such a sorry state. Not only did everyone see the process, they also saw the result. Hua Mingji's face was badly mangled. His nose was broken and caved in. Most of the flesh on his face had been sliced off when he collided with the stone slabs and the ground. It was as if his skin had been peeled off, and it was also as if he had been smashed by a hammer. His face was beyond recognition. It was too horrible to look at. Hiss! The sound of the crowd sucking in cold air resounded in unison. Their trembling pupils fell on Chuyang's body. This guy is so fierce. Chuyang looked at the small pit on the ground and touched his chin. He couldn't help muttering to himself, "The floor is so sturdy." He really felt the sturdiness of time and space in the central state again. If he was in the east state and his face hit the ground would definitely be more seriously injured. "No, it's because you're just a weakling." When Chuyang corrected himself and pointed at Hannah Mingji's badly mutilated face, the crowd was so shocked that they burped as if they had eaten too much. They shook strangely and made strange sounds. Ma Kongqiuan's eyes widened like copper bells. His mouth was so round that it could swallow the sky. He was also shocked to the extreme. When Chuyang became arrogant, he was also shocked. "Ah, Hana Mingji felt extremely humiliated. He faced the sky and let out a long howl. His badly mutilated face turned sinister like an evil spirit. It was quite horrifying to look at. Rumble. A scarlet dermic power soared into the sky. Soon after, corpses emerged from his body one after another. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in midair. Bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. Hana Mingji was like a butcher who had been injured by a pig. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and charged over with his butcher knife. The saber in his hand had a blood groove. It was a saber used to kill enemies on the battlefield. A blood-red light flashed as the saber slashed down. A saber light of 300 feet long slashed down. A 9th-level Transcendence Realm Cultivator's saber light was only 300 feet long in the central state. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You usually scare people with stuff like that, don't you? Chu Yang hated this kind of person the most. He did not move from his spot. With a flick of his finger, a line of fire shot out. Soon after, it turned into a big fire. The 300-foot saber light was burned clean like paper. The saber with the blood groove was also burned away. Hana Mingji's hand holding the saber was also burned. He screamed like a pig. However, the moment he screamed, his hand was completely burned away. The flame continued to burn along his arm. Crack! He used his left hand as a saber and directly cut off his arm. What a terrifying flame! What kind of flame is this? Ma Kong-kun and Zhu Yu's hearts trembled. Chu Yang's flame was too shocking. In front of such a flame, no matter how vicious Hua Mingji was, no matter how much hatred he had, it was useless. He was just like firewood in front of it. Chapter 2266. There was no doubt that it was the flames of nirvana. However, Hana Mingji was already in the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm and was only a step away from entering the Nirvana realm. Even if he encountered the flames of nirvana, he shouldn't be so weak. Hana Mingji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was in excruciating pain, and his pupils were trembling because he could understand the horror of that kind of flame the best. No matter how many methods he had, it was useless. He could only be burned and turned into ashes. However, he still had a fierce look on his face, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. You're good like this. Thud. Chu Yang took a step forward. I'm afraid that you won't be unreasonable. I'm afraid that you won't be fierce, vicious, or vicious. As he spoke, he was already in front of Hana Mingji. Kill. Hana Mingji was not afraid of death. His hideous face was badly mutilated. Like a lone hero, he rushed over with his broken body. However, with a bang, Chu Yang's outstretched hand emitted a burst of flames. He instantly changed his form from fearless to cowardly and retreated in panic. You can continue to be fierce and evil. Chu Yang sneered. His big hand fell as if the sky was collapsing. With a rumbling sound, the sky and earth turned upside down. Everyone felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Sky flipping seal. How could Hana Mingji escape? His entire body was flipped over. His head and feet were slapped into the ground by Chu Yang. On the ground, only his blood-stained soles could be seen. That blood was Hana Mingji's own blood. The flames on it jumped and directly burned the soles of his shoes. The smell of burnt flesh instantly spread out. With a bang, the ground exploded. Hana Mingji seemed to have broken free from a cage. His face was smashed and his head was broken. Blood rolled down as he continuously slapped the flames on his feet and screamed. He couldn't extinguish the flames no matter how hard he tried. His slapping hands were also burned, making him look even more miserable. Ha! Chu Yang easily grabbed Hua Mingji's throat and lifted him up. He could clearly feel Hua Mingji's body convulsing with his big hand. Hana Mingji's flaming hand struggled and slapped Chu Yang's hand, but it was useless. No, there was. The flames on his hands had been extinguished, but the soles of his feet were still sizzling and emitting black smoke and the smell of burnt flesh. Cough, 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 cough. In the blink of an eye, Hannah Mingji was almost powerless to struggle. She opened her mouth wide, like a fish out of water. She breathed with difficulty. Her tongue also stuck out, and the whites of her eyes rolled up. You want to kill me. Chu Yang's face was expressionless, and the strength in his hands did not weaken at all. At this moment, Hannah Mingji suddenly realized that Chu Yang really wanted to kill him. Killing someone on the street. Even though he was the second son of the divine Arrow Marquis and was a local tyrant in the Zhuangyuan County, and no one dared to offend him, he still had to be killed. A ruthless person. This is a ruthless person. No matter who you are, if I want to kill you, you will die. Hannah Mingji finally knew that he had met someone who was even more tyrannical than him, someone who was even more lawless. This kind of person was not evil, but he was even more fearless. He had seen this kind of person before, and he also deeply understood the nature of this kind of person. Therefore, he was completely terrified. All of his pretenses, arrogance, tyranny, viciousness, cruelty, murderous, and so on, were stripped away like a coat, exposing his fragile heart. I'm the son of the divine Arrow Marquis. You will also die if you kill me. In his extreme panic, he actually said these words smoothly. If your father has any objections, I will kill your father. So unreasonable, so tyrannical. Hannah Mingji's eyes bulged again. Brother Liu, stop. Ma Kongquan panicked. He rushed forward to save Hannah Mingji, but he was heavily kicked by Chu Yang. Get lost. The words get lost were like thunder directly gifted to him. Chu Yang did not give Ma Kongquan any face. Just like how Ma Kongquan was indifferent when he saw Hannah Mingji charging his horse, he was also indifferent to Ma Kongquan's request. If Chu Yang had not acted earlier, that child would have been a dead man. Hannah Mingji dared to kill. So how could he, Chu Yang, not dare to kill? Chapter 2267. Chu Yang wanted to kill Hannah Mingji and sent Ma Kongquan flying with a kick. Every scene shocked the people of Champion's Commandery. Some of them could not help but become agitated, gnashing their teeth in anger. It was as if the one strangling Hannah Mingji was not Chu Yang, but them. Ma Kongquan was sent flying with a kick. He was stunned and confused. When he discovered that many people loathed and pained Hannah Mingji, and even some people hated him because he wanted to save Hannah Mingji, he suddenly became stunned. He finally understood why Chu Yang did not give him any face, why he was so angry at him. Perhaps he treated me as a friend before, but now he probably no longer recognizes me as a friend. How could Ma Kongquan not know what Hannah Mingji and Hannah Mingji's father had done these past few years? But what had he done? He had done nothing. Instead, when Chu Yang wanted to do something, he had to step out to stop him. Ma Kongquan could not help but become absent-minded. If I were Hannah Mingji's friend, I would advise him and not allow him to degenerate like this. If I could not persuade him, I would draw a clear line and cut off such an unrighteous person. At this moment, Ma Kongquan seemed to understand why Chu Yang had such astonishing accomplishments in the literary path, and why Chu Yang alone could display the power of the literary path that could rival the martial path. If Chu Yang knew, he would only say one thing. Ma Kongquan, you're overthinking things. Chu Yang was in a bad mood, and Hannah Mingji's actions had angered him. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp whistle rang out from the direction of the divine Arrow Marquis estate. Immediately after, a beam of divine light shot out, streaking across the sky and arriving in the blink of an eye. It went straight for Chu Yang's head, piercing through his left temple. By the time everyone realized it, it was already too late. Chu Yang was about to die, but they saw Hannah Mingji block in front of him. Phew! Many people let out a long sigh of relief, but the divine light suddenly went around and went straight for Chu Yang's vital point from the back again. However, Hannah Mingji followed him like a shadow and appeared right there. After repeating this several times, the divine light finally stopped in midair and everyone could see that it was a divine arrow. After a few rounds of exchanges, even if Chu Yang did not have saint-level spiritual power or the five hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge, or he would have become a dead man. The person who attacked was extremely powerful and was extremely proficient in long-range attacks. From this, it could be concluded that this person's insight was extremely shocking, and the range of his vision was very far and wide. "You lowly thing! How dare you hurt my son?" A thunderous, angry voice came from the direction of the divine Arrow Marquis estate. Immediately after, the sky shook violently, and a figure flew over from there. In the blink of an eye, he landed in midair. The person who came was thin and had sharp features. Although his face had matured and looked old, there was still a hint of fierceness on it. When Chu Yang saw him, the villains on the street appeared in his mind. This person was about 50 years old. He had a pair of fair hands and held a dark red longbow. He had one leg and a pair of eyes that were as sinister as a snake's. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Chu Yang. From his body, the aura of a saint instantly spread out. Almost everyone in the surroundings immediately knelt down after this person arrived. Only Chu Yang's slender figure stood proudly among them, not affected at all. There shouldn't be many people like this in the Zhuangyuan County, and the answer was obvious: the divine Arrow Marquis. The divine Arrow Marquis had come. Just when his son was about to be killed, he had come. It carried with it an unparalleled majesty, an overwhelming killing intent, and a will that forced everyone to submit to it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.